Okay, ladies and gentlemen, judges in the room, audience in the room, welcome to day 3 of Iris Awards judging, proudly sponsored by Sony. Okay. Thank you. Good clapping in the room. Okay. All right. So we are this morning going to be judging the documentary series category, sponsored by Lumix, and we are just going to do a run through of the photographs that are going to be judged. The judges are going to mark down any exclusions that they may have, and we'll then go from there. Okay, so that was the run through of the images, and we're just getting our exclusions from our judges. So, big thank you once again to Sony for sponsoring the awards and Lumix for sponsoring the documentary category here. My name is Paul Daly. I'm going to be your panel chair. Beside me is Tracy Kennedy, co-panel chair. We have a great range of judges in front of us, and we'll go through some of their names very shortly. Just like to welcome those that are here in person and those that are joining us online. Just for those that are here in person, if you'd just like to make sure that your phones are on silent or turned off, that would be great. And also just the message for those that, I'll mention the Ian Paul a little bit later. That's an award for the judges. So, whilst we are just collating the exclusions, I shall go through the descriptor for the category, which is quite long, but it'll at least give you an idea of what the judges are looking for when they're looking at the images. Okay, so the documentary category is for purist entries, photographs that recognise the genre of documentary photography and depict some aspect of the human condition. Entries may include press, news, events, street, travel, birth, sport, and wedding photography. This category is intended for thought-provoking images of real life, interesting people, places, and other non-fiction stories. All photographs entered must have been observed, must not have had any element of the scene directed or created, and should be captured without the intervention of the photographer. If the photographer asks or directs somebody to sit or stand in a particular location or pose, it would be considered to be created and entered into another category. So, a very purist category. So it'll be interesting to see what we've got in front of us. How are we going for No? We've got some up. So, okay, while we're just sorting out these exclusions, etc., should be mentioned that we want to just thank Panasonic for supplying the displays that the audience can watch everything here in-house. Panasonic are also the owners of Lumix, so it was a bit of a... I might as well go through a list of our judges so people know who we're going to have, and in no particular order, just from what I can see here. We've got Dan McGrath, we've got Tim Lomax, we've got Catherine Williams, Tony Carter, Elan Wittenberg, Lizzie Gilmore, Craig Turner-Bullock, Tanya Niwa and Steve Hussey. So those are our judges that we're going to have here today judging this category. I can probably mention the Ian Paul category, Ian Paul Award as well, a bit of a competition between the judges for anybody observing in the rooms can vote for the judge that they think is giving the best feedback for the awards. A little bit of a competition between the judges to get that award. It's quite highly sought after, and so if you're in the audience and you think a particular judge has done a really good job, just write their name on a piece of paper. The voting box is out in the foyer by the digital display. Okay, so we've got our exclusions in the system, and can we please have Elan Wittenberg, Craig Turner-Bullock, Steve Hussey, Lizzie Gilmore, and Tanya Niwa. Our judges are just logging themselves in. First print is being prepared. Okay. All right, are we all happy and ready? Yep. Okay, can we have the first print, please? Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Lizzie, you'd like to?
Thought-provoking, depth, layering, emotion. Um, the 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 colours on the boy's shirt mixing with with the colours of the little Daffy Duck. The hardship and the sadness mixed with the joy of the duck, and this wonderful light coming. When I first looked at it, I thought it's a little bit unbalanced, but then I look up at this light and I see these stripes within the light, and almost like that stuck jail feeling that combines with these horizontal vertical lines of these cots that these children are in. And yeah, I'd love to hear what's holding you guys back.
What was your score?
88, silver distinction.
Yep. Alan, you're down the other end. Not that it's a huge spread.
Yeah, I scored this image 78. I'd like to listen. I wasn't that emotionally engaged, so I'd like to listen. I don't know.
Tanya.
Yeah, I supported this image at 84, so I was close to that next category range. I think it's very subtle, and I was emotionally moved by it. Not like with a huge like instant. It was more just feeling it, going into the image and feeling and seeing and exploring, and then as time went by, I think that really impacted more. So it's more of a subtle image. Maybe that's why I kept it in the silver, the high silver, the first part, 84, sorry. But I think I actually really enjoyed what frustrated me at the start was the tension of the cropping on the right-hand side. I think that actually distracted me, but then I realised that that's actually adds to the narrative. Yeah.
Okay. Any thoughts from anybody else? Steve, you're looking like you're wanting to say something.
Yeah, I looked at it. I found there was quite a lot of tension as well with the cropping on the left. But the more I look at it, I think it reiterates what Lizzie was saying, that there's tension there, and the institutionalised feeling of it is enhanced by those diagonal lines in the right-hand corner, and I'd seen that as out of balance, but the more I look at it, I think it's more complete, and I'll be going up.
Okay. I think it might be back to you, Lizzie.
Yeah, I think institutionalised, I think that's the word, but also love and care. And I think the crop and the tension of these little elements just kissing the side of the crop, that brings that tension, but then also the warmth, the colours of the love. I really appreciate the depth of emotions that it's provoking.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, you've done it. 86, silver distinction. Okay. All right, can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 79, and Tanya would like to have a talk about this.
Yeah, I scored this in 84. This is more of a subtle image in as far as there's nothing that hits you in the face. But when you explore the image, I think what really, there's a lot of, if you're looking at this from a historical narrative, obviously it's the protest in Wellington. You've got the police in the background, shown that they're guarding Parliament, and then it shows you quite an age range, like showing you that the people there are all different age groups, from the young girls having fun, doing something really peaceful, and then what really sort of got it for me was in the foreground that feeling of love between the couple, cuddling in the foreground. So there's those three different layers, which I think that it's quite a powerful image, and if you look back at it in time to come, that is a really great reference of some of the people that were there, who show a very peaceful group of people.
Okay, down the other end of things, Steve. Oh, sorry, Ilan, you were jumping in there?
Did I jump?
Sorry?
I was distracted with, there's a lot of details that I don't think hold the photo together. So, I mean, there are figures that are on the stage, but they don't even engage with each other. Each one has their own. And there's these poles, the white pole especially in the center, and then those figures in the foreground, they are out of focus and they are fuzzy. And there's no details in many areas. There's just blotch of black, and there's nothing in the sky. So the whole thing looks, sometimes less is more, I think. So I understand the historical value, but from technical point of view, there was nothing I could rest my eyes on.
Okay.
I gave this image 77.
Yeah. Craig, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I also found the couple, the distracting part. So I scored this 78, and I think there is a really good story in this image, but I don't think the photographer has captured the best from it. My eye just goes down to that out of focus couple hugging there, and I feel like that's the mood and the emotion of this moment, and it's been a little bit missed.
Okay. Do we have anything else to add? No, Tanya? Looks
Oh
like
yeah, thanks for all your comments and how you see it. There was nothing tidy or pretty about the protest. There was a lot of mess. There's a lot of people, a lot of individuals who came together. They just all look very focused on creating some joy and creating those bubbles. And then, I think what brings it back in when you're looking around the image, because I totally see what you're saying with it's very busy, and you're looking for some cohesion. The woman on the left with the umbrella looking back to the two younger women, and then the other lady on the right-hand side of the white pole has a very similar sort of a mirroring expression as the young woman on the far left, and I think that also ties it in. And then when I'm sort of going and looking further in the background, not as far as the police, there's a woman smiling, and I thought, oh, that was really that was like a little hidden gem. And I generally wouldn't always love the main sort of focus not being in focus, but I think that is almost like a little bonus to find this feeling of love and warmth together, of people coming together in the foreground. It doesn't bother me at all. So I'm just asking you to consider a silver.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, we're on 79, which means that we've got a review. And so, judges, if you can please just put in either 79 or 80. Okay, that remains a 79, bronze award. And just a note, we are doing titles in this category, but this particular photo had no title. Okay, next one, please. Okay, and simple one word, abandoned. Okay, we have a score of 79, which is currently a bronze award.
Yeah, I'll challenge it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm an 82, so would love to talk about it. With this image, I had an immense feeling of like just drop in my stomach when I went into this image and just thought, oh my gosh, what's happened? And it made me very curious as to the narrative. Wondering, was it a war zone? What happened? So it actually creates some real intrigue there. I find it really beautifully balanced. The subtlety of the tones adds to the, that low mood or low vibe or poverty or perhaps, what makes you wonder, is it a war-torn country? Yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Steve, you're down the other end of things.
Yeah, I scored this 75 for a bronze. I like the palette. It is intriguing. It makes me want to look at it a little bit, but I can't find much more than an abandoned scene, which is what the photographers said. If there was more story or narrative behind it, I'd be maybe convinced to move.
Craig, you're up there with Tanya.
Yeah, I scored this 81. I really enjoyed the colour palette of it. I really liked the textures. And I just was left of a feeling of wonder and intrigue, really. And I don't mind that I didn't know whether this was an abandoned building, a homeless community, maybe where people have moved on from, or any number of other things that could have been abandoned. I just quite enjoyed the mood that this provoked.
Ellen.
I scored this image of 78, and I think what was missing for me is somewhere to rest my eyes, and I thought the handling was beautiful. It's just that it was so low contrast, and maybe it is a choice to make it like that for the mood, but yeah, there is, I thought a little bit of punch to, I mean, those colors look so, they could have been more vivid or more striking, a little bit more punch. So I could see a little bit more details in the wood, in the blue areas, or even the texture of the mattresses or the pillows. It was just simply very soft, and it is probably the photographer's choice, and I respect that. It's just that I was looking for something more to, so I wasn't that engaged. That's what I'm saying. I don't see the story, or it didn't touch me in emotional level.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Okay, Tanya, I think it's back to you.
Yeah, from an emotional level, that really hit me immediately. Impact as far as what's happened, and even seeing, I hear what you're saying with regard to not sure where to land your eye. Mine went to the stuffing of the pillow eventually, just like, oh, and what is that from the mattress? What happened? Is it from the pillow? So I had that sort of brought my curiosity. That I guess that was resolved for me. As far as the subtlety and of the way it's presented to us, I think that really works for the mood, and I think I love the really beautiful, just gentle highlights on the wall that hints of the uneven wall. I think that's also really beautiful, and it draws my eye down. And I also love the graphics of the shapes that are like fire of the peeled paint. So I think that, yeah. Anyway, that's my thoughts, and hope you'll consider just bumping it up a bit to silver.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, good conversation. 80, silver award. All right, can we have the next print, please? $6.50 springtime on the farm. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award.
Oh, challenge that.
Okay, Tanya, sure thing.
Yeah. It's funny because there's so many images there, it created a lot of confusion. And but when I got on the right angle with the light to see all of the images, there's some really tender moments captured by the photographer, and there's some just beautiful ones with maybe the male and the female and the baby. There's some beautiful moments of love captured within this image, and I guess that's what I was looking to reward the photographer with. I did keep it down in the low silvers because I think there's some stronger images there that could have had less, but I appreciate that the photographer wanted to tell us the full story of every moment that went by. It's beautifully printed, and yeah, there's some great emotion there, and some lovely graphics.
Lizzie, you're down the other end.
Yeah, I scored this a 74. I feel like this lovely tender moment down there, bottom right second in, was swamped by the repetitive images of that whole second row. I think if there'd just been one like that, one of the tender moments mixed with that tender moment of the mother with the other mother trying to steal her baby, yeah, I think that would have brought it back and put it up into a bronze for me. But yeah, I'm just rather distracted by the repetitiveness.
Craig, you were up there.
Yeah, I scored this 82, and I really appreciated the storytelling in this image. There are some images that are much more successful than others in this, especially that one you referenced, Lizzie, at the bottom there. So if it wasn't for so many similar images, I probably would have taken this a little bit higher. But I thought that this is storytelling, it is interesting, and I thought the photographer deserved a little bit of a higher award for that.
Alan, you wanted to say something?
I scored this image high bronze at 78. What brought it down? Look, sometimes less is more, obviously, and you know, 9 photos I think would have done better service to this collection. I was distracted with all the out of focus elements, so the choice of focal length is so, and there's so many distracting elements in those out of focus areas, and they don't serve so there's like bright areas that are very, very fuzzy. And also I don't know if the paper choice was ideal because of how sparkly it is. Because, you know, this creates, I'm not sure it fits this sort of genre. And so all these things together brought me to where I am.
Okay, I think it's back to you, Tanya.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I struggled to see the image properly from the side, but when I was right in the centre, I think that's more about just the way the lighting. Yeah, when you're looking at it right from the centre, you can see everything really well. So, but I also had that challenge as well. Totally agree with you. With less images would be more. However, I'm so moved by, in particular, the bottom row and that care and love between mother and baby is just so beautiful. And for those reasons, that's why I've scored it in the low silver range and taken marks off for having more images than I think it needs. So yeah, would love you to help the photographer and appreciate that, what they've captured in that bottom row, especially.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Good conversation, but we remain at 78, which is a bronze award. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Another one-word caption, divergence. Okay, we have a score of 74, professional standard. Now, can we get a comment from somebody? Alan?
It's actually quite an interesting image, and I commend the photographer for, the bravery to put something so simple and so quiet. I think there's a few things that could bring it higher. The control of the highlights, some of the leaves have no texture actually. And I think that path, I think it's slightly tilted, so it's not exactly horizontal. So those little things would bring it to a award range.
Okay, thank you for the comments. And can we have the next print, please?
That is better holding it upright. That's way better for for us and for the photographer.
There's no caption for this image. Okay, we have a score of 71, which is professional standard. And if we can look for, I'll go Lizzie. Comment?
Yeah, well done on capturing these lovely little expressions of these two boys. Just what's your oversaturation and contrast?
Okay, thank you for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, caption peaceful pro-choice protesters, Parliament grounds, February 2022. Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Alan, would you like to challenge us?
Yeah, I snuck it into silver distinction at 85. I looked at these photos. They're masterly printed. Each one tells its own story, but I think they hold together. They sort of tell a story in a beautiful way. And I actually couldn't find any fault in any of those 9 images. Everyone has its own story to get, but they hold together as a sort of a set. And I simply enjoyed, looking at each of those and exploring. And I thought it was presented beautifully to us, and it's a beautiful crop and a beautiful separation. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Steve, you were down the other end of things.
Sure, I'm listening. I scored this at 77, so I gave it a bronze. I felt like there was no real cohesion except for the actual background story between the images. I couldn't find anything storyline that sort of brought them together for me. The title was a peaceful protest, and I felt there was conflict in a lot of the images, and so I felt there was it was sort of at odds with each other, the statement and then the actual images. Yeah, so I am listening. I'd like to hear more how it works together as 9 images.
Craig, you're up there with Alan.
Yeah, I gave this an 85 as well, and for, I guess, the reasons that Steve you didn't. I like the conflict in the images. I think they are all different, but they do hang together to tell a story. And I think that each image is strong as an individual image, and it is printed absolutely beautifully.
Tanya, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'd like to support this image and go higher. I was on 84, so thanks, Alan, for your kōrero. I didn't find conflict within it. I found the energy was really valuable with the figure on the right-hand side. There's peace throughout all of the images, and this person on the right just brings that immense feelings of what this person's standing for and why this person's here. And I think that was a great balance with the other image on the bottom left with the grandmas, showing all ages there. And I thought it was also there's some lots of powerful images in there. You've got a very peaceful image, the top centre of the person writing on the wall right in front of the beehive. And it shows the different slices of what went on there. Very clear with the messaging in the middle right-hand image with saying what the protest is about, to stop the mandates. And then the bottom right is also very masterfully put together. The only thing that put it sort of let it down a little for me was the central image with the clouds. But I guess I've resolved that it does tell. It's around with the flag was very it's there for a reason. But yeah, happy to go up.
Anything else to add? No? Okay, Alan, back to you.
Let's bring it home. 85. You can score it higher.
Okay, guys, let's rescore. Okay, 85, silver distinction. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Dead calf being winched from a cow. From a cow. Okay, we have a score currently of 79, which is a bronze award. And we all happy with that? Now, what we need to do, because it is 79, is that we have to put it into review. So we need actually a 79 or an 80 from everybody. Stand by while I push the button.
Can I talk to it?
Did you want to challenge it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just see how I do that now that I've pushed the one button. Yes, you are quite welcome to. You just need to sort of like make yourself a bit more.
Okay.
Hold
I'm
on a sec.
challenging this.
Yes. Okay. Hold on.
No, I've given it an 80, so I'm only talking about 1 point here, but I think it's really well composed. It's got an incredibly evocative feel. You go to it and it confronts you. I don't think any of us felt particularly easy looking at it, and I think it tells the story exactly of what it's supposed to tell in a very clear, well-structured way. So I think it's well printed, well handled. I think it's easy to give it another point.
Okay. Alan?
I scored this image 75 at the bronze range. I was really distracted with this pylon on the top right-hand side, which is fading into the sky. I thought it could have been printed much better with those highlights at the top. Really everything fades away, and so I thought the control. I mean, I really loved the photograph is very strong, and I acknowledge that it's impacting and it's hard to look at. This is why I put it in the bronze range. I'm not sure that this was printed to the best way. So that's all there is to it.
Lizzie, you're up there with Steve.
Yeah, it fades away, so it emphasises the graphic nature of this calf that is being ripped from its mother, and I think it highlights a wonderful. Wonderful is probably not. It's a wonderfully highlighted the brutal nature of things that happen in farming life. You know, with a calf that's too big for the mother, and I think the choice of lens to really emphasise the size of the head of the calf, too big for the mother's body, I think really tells that story of the mismatch of the bull with the heifer.
Okay. Do we have anything else to add? No. Steve, back to you.
Just 1 point. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's make it 80, please.
Okay. Judges, please rescore. Okay, 80 it is. Silver award. Okay, blank screen. We're just going to do a quick judge change, just so everybody gets a fair go at the judging side of things. So, Tanya, you can take a bit of a break, and Catherine, if you would like to come in. Okay, and if we can have the next print, please. The caption reads, "The chaos of camping." Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Steve, yes, you want to challenge this?
Yeah, I've given this 85 silver distinction. I think it's does everything I want it to. The more I look at it, the messier and crazier it gets, which is, I think, exactly what the photographer wants. There's so many stories. There's only one person who's actually actively engaged with the photographer, and everybody else is either fed up of camping, emotionally, just at the end of the tether, you get to the summer holidays and you just want to put your feet up. And so you don't want someone taking your photo, you don't want to be going out and doing anything, you just want to be wearing your jandals and relaxing. So you've got those stories. You've got the mum who is having to do all of the actual making the logistics work of camping for everybody so they're not starving, and she's had it. There's a jandal and foot right in the bottom left-hand corner, so they've jammed as many people into this tent to, have a nice communal family time, and it's all like, it's just the busyness and the chaos of it all is just really evident, from the pattern of the carpet through to the busyness of the trees in the background. I think the whole story, it's layered. The more you look at it, the more every personality comes through. I think it's great.
Lizzie, down the end.
Yeah, I scored this a 73, high professional standard. I mean, I could come up a few points into bronze, but what brought this back down for me was just the technical aspect of it's framed. These three people in behind are framed, but when I go in there, all I see is just it's almost like they've merged into the trees with the highlights and the guy's head that's looking back. It's just my eyes are just automatically drawn to that, and it gives nothing to the image. And yeah, the highlights and just the way it's been handled at the back there, and a little bit overdone overworked on the boys in the middle there. I just find it too distracting to bring it up into the silvers.
Okay, Catherine?
I scored this 83. I'm in support of it going up. The technical aspects were what were holding me back a little bit, but just in terms of the story that we're seeing here and the quality of the story that's been captured, I mean, this is just a messy tangle. The tangle of the feet, that jandal in the foreground that's directing us, the hands in the front, the knee, everything directs us to that story. But the real nugget really is is these kids giving the middle finger, and all the adults are completely oblivious to it. They're all looking away. They're like, we don't want anything to do with this. And just in terms of the fun of the story of that, and the boredom of the woman on the face on the left, her facials are just brilliant. And that just really brings the story together. There's a lot going on in there, and I think it's been really well handled compositionally to sort of contain all of that. So I'm in support of it going up.
Craig, you had something to add? No?
I think Catherine kind of covered it really.
Okay,
Yeah.
all good. Steve, I think it's back to you.
Yeah, no, I'm thank you, Catherine. That was great. Yeah. I think it's just such a fantastic Kiwi story. I think we should reward it with a silver distinction.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, great conversation. 85, silver distinction. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, the caption reads, "The gentle touch of caring hands to the children in a Vietnamese orphanage, Ho Chi Minh City." Tanya, are you around? All right, yeah, let's get Tim in there. Yep. No, that's all right. Okay. Okay, we have a score of 85, silver distinction. All right, can we have a comment from somebody, Alan?
Beautiful work, beautiful control of the grayscale. The human touch is so tender and so enduring. I commend the photographer. Really beautiful photo.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Thanks, Tim. Just a note, there's no caption for this image. Okay, we have a score of 75, bronze award. And yep, happy with that?
No.
No, you're not happy with that. You're going to have to challenge it now.
Oh yeah, hold your horses.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. I stood back and I was drawn to the highlights on that thing. Oh, no, they've blown it out. But actually, when I got in closer, it's not. It's actually the lighting is wonderful. But then I stood back again now that I've taken that out of the equation, and it's actually so wonderfully balanced. You've got the flag up there behind the trees, you've got the media up there, you've got the billboard, and then the police, and all three of those tell the stories, and then the depth of, you've got the fire coming in that front left, and then the unfocused police in the front. Obviously, we see the police down the bottom left, not the front ones. So it's not distracting by too many police. And then I think just drawing the eye to the highlights on that thing, do draw that eye to the sign, and you read that, and you really feel like you're in amongst it. You're part of that crowd, and this is what you're seeing, and the framing of the trees and around, so wonderfully balanced, so many layers. Yes, there is some distracting elements to it. That's why I'm just asking for a silver. But yeah, if you sit back and then, appreciate the balance and the layering, I think, yeah. What is it, silver? High level of visual communication, interpretation of subject and emotion.
Craig, you're down the other end of things.
I knew you'd come to me. So I scored this 72. I just felt that the sign and that highlight were the least interesting parts of this image. I felt that it took all the humanity away, and I see it as a good image, a solid image, professional practice, but I don't see it creeping up into the awards range.
Hello?
I scored it 74. What Craig said.
Thanks, Alan.
Okay, anything else to add from... Okay, Lizzie, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, it drew you in, and then you looked around. So yeah, I mean it does, you know, with the flag up on the left and the flag there, it drew you in. You looked around, and I guess yeah, I'm just looking for an 80, guys.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Remains a 75, bronze award. Thank you for the conversation anyway. So, can we have the next print, please? And there's no title to this image. Okay, the score is 72, professional standard. Can we have a comment for the author of the photo? I'll just pick somebody. Catherine, yeah?
Obviously there's something interesting going on between these youths. I think really with having all of the expressions off frame, where our eyes are just sort of continually leaving the frame, there's only sort of one character that's looking towards and connecting between, so it's sort of, you're not really getting that message of the hands following through with expression.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, caption is, zebrafish used in blood cancer research share 70% of their genes with humans. Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award, but Alan would like to get in and have a bit of a challenge on this.
Yeah, I want to give it a go. I scored this image 85. I think it's a unique representation. It's not a common story to tell. I love the fisheye at the bottom. It's exquisite. So even though it's very distorted, it's highlighting actually the bottle. But you know, the woman is not distorted, so her face looks pretty much normal for a fisheye. And you know, the top images actually hold the whole image together, and I love the fact that we see a close-up of the fish with a little bit of highlights, so we see their eyes, they're coming in and out, we see the net, we see some sort of a sample on the left. So I think it holds together, it does tell a story, and I want to acknowledge the photographer. The color palette is exquisite, the whole thing, you know, it really holds together. So I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Lizzie, you're down the other end.
Yeah, I score this in the high professional practice. The skin tones of the hands in the top right are just very oversaturated and very distracting.
Craig? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah? And
Um,
correct.
Yeah, I scored this 84. I think I'm happy to give it an extra point. I love the story in this. I think the design is fantastic with the way that the fisheye gives you that curve going up into the other three images to tie them all in. Yeah, and it's just a really interesting story. I wasn't bothered by the skin tones too much. I think that the palette all works together. Yeah.
Catherine, do you have something here?
I was 76 a bronze, and I feel quite comfortable in the bronze range. The anchoring of the bottom image is very successful. The two top side images just don't have the same strength and storytelling, and also in terms of design, I feel that they're letting it down a little bit.
Okay. Steve?
Yeah, I agree with Catherine. I also felt there's quite heavy vignetting in those, especially the top right and the middle top image. Yeah, I found that distracting. I did love the design, and using a fisheye for a fish story, I think is, quite a good idea.
Okay, Alan, back to you.
Okay, so just to recap, skin tones. This could be her skin tone. I mean, I don't see anything really oversaturated or exaggerated or, yeah. I heard good things about the storytelling and the design. Interesting, good, actually excellent color palette. Look, I don't see the vignetting, to be honest. I think it holds together. The two images on the top, they both have similar, sort of color palette. The fish in the middle, I don't think that's vignetting. I think that's how the container was. There was some highlight at the center. That's why it's slightly darker on the edges. I think it does hold together. I think there's balance. So the fish in the middle, where the two sort of orange, more orange images on the sides, each one holds separately. They hold together. I think we can definitely bring it to the silver range. I scored it 85. If one or two of you will have the courage to be pushed, that'd be awesome. Let's rescore.
Okay, judges, please rescore. You've moved it 1 to 79. You know what that means. We've got a review. So, if we can please have either 79 or 80. Okay, that's 79. Bronze award. Thank you. And can we have the next image, please? The caption reads, "Documentary Brotherly Love." Okay, we have a score of 74, professional standard. So, can we get a comment, Lizzie?
Yeah, great capture. Just watch your, it's a little bit underexposed and slightly orange skin tones. I feel that there was a great little story in there, maybe like dip down on your knees and go to the right and get it right in up close to that hairy guts and funny face, and with a wide-angle lens, I think could have created something a little bit more dynamic.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. And can we have the next image, please? There's no title to this image. Okay, we have a score currently of 79. We've got a couple of people that can... Alan, do you want to challenge it?
I scored it 84 as a solid silver. I mean, a stunning image. She's been tear gassed, it's obvious. You can actually see some of the droplets in the air. She's pin sharp. She's amidst the crowd. There's chaos behind her, but it's well treated. So, yes, there are a little bit of highlights, but there's nothing too distracting because she's lit beautifully. Yes, her hand is slightly out of focus, but that's, chaos. And amidst this chaos, we can see a human suffering. And obviously, she's not happy with her tear gas inside her eyes. And everything holds together, and it tells a beautiful story of this drama. I'd like to hear what you have to say. 84.
Catherine, down the other end.
Yeah, I gave this 73. And I guess I'll probably start with apologies. I didn't know she was tear gassed. I didn't see that. So I guess sometimes it's not always obvious just to your own perspective. But I will talk about the things that I feel aren't successful. Technically, the print is very milky, and it does look over sharpened. If you duck in and look at the face, and then the red behind her head is also not aiding it as distraction away. That said, I will come up a bit. I can see that I've probably been a bit low on that.
Yes, Steve.
Yeah, I gave this a score of 87, so silver distinction. I thought I was aware of the tear gassing, and I think it's milk or something that they put over their face to sort of counter that. There's a line of police vests in the distance, and then there's protesters all facing the police, and she's turned away from them, obviously distraught and pain. I think it tells the story of the protests in a very vivid and striking and evocative way. And I do see some print problems, but I think overall it's a very effective piece of communication.
Okay, Lizzie?
Yeah, I scored this as 78, and I agree with Catherine with the print and just being over sharpened, and the saturations of the people in the background are distracting. Maybe if they added a little bit more to the story, the distraction would be okay. I would have loved just a little bit more like dynamic feeling from it. She's got this hand coming forward and she's being pulled back. I want some more depth in that to be able to feel that.
Any other thoughts? Yep, great.
I agree with what you said, Catherine. I also didn't realise it was tear staining. But the other issue, aside from what was already discussed that I had with it, was just the white headband on that left frame as well. So I thought a different crop of this might have worked better. When I saw it at a distance, I really wanted to love it. But when I got in close and saw the flaws, I didn't love it as much as I would like to.
Alan, back to you.
Thank you. Great discussion, judges. So just addressing those concerns, the milky sort of treatment. Well, she does have that milk. These are the droplets. So she was tear gassed, and the milk is to mitigate that. So that's actually complementing, the milky treatment with her milk on her face. I think it is evocative, definitely, and it is effective. I mean, if you don't see the drama, then there's not much I can do. I mean, I see a lot of drama here. I think it is an effective piece of communication, absolutely dynamic. Look, the white headband and the red elements there, this is how a documentary, it is what it is. I still think that she stands out with her expression, and I have no problem with over-sharpening or saturation. I think, it does emphasize and isolates her from, the out-of-focus elements behind her, and yeah, I think it's very well presented. Some of you are actually on the silver distinction. I'm on 84. I encourage you to rescore.
Okay, judges, please rescore. $81, silver award. Okay, thank you for that conversation. We'll just have a blank screen for a moment whilst we do a judge change. Catherine, if you could take a break. Tanya, if you can come back in, please. And Alan, you can have a break. And Tim, can you come in, please? Okay, we're all happy? All right, can we have the next print, please? There's no caption to this image. Okay, we have a score of 74, professional standard. Just looking along the line for, Craig, a comment?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the characters in here and the longer kind of crop, but I just kind of see it as two images really, with that empty space right in the middle of the image. So a different composition would have been a bit better for this.
Okay, thank you for the comments. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, I'm going to have difficulty with this. I actually need Tanya to pronounce one of these words. Sorry? Oh. No, it's very long.
Okay, the birth of Tawhiri Matia. Megan had the unrelenting support from her husband Richie, as well as their dog Ty, who was never far from the action.
Thank you for that.
the birth of Tawhiri Matia, Megan had the unrelenting support from her husband Richie, as well as their dog Ty, who was never far from the action.
Okay, we have a score of 84, which is a silver award. Craig immediately wants to challenge it.
So I gave this an 88, a silver distinction. I think it really deserves this. Each image is really excellent. They're different enough to warrant inclusion in a panel of 9. And I just really, really love how the story intertwines with the dog. And the dog is on all of the diagonals from left to right. And I love in the first 2 that he's doing exactly the same thing and waiting, and then at the very end of the story he's meeting the baby for the first time and having a good sniff. So I think that's really excellent storytelling, and it's really wonderfully printed as well, and it's definitely a silver distinction for me.
There wasn't a huge spread of the other judges, but Steve, you were at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm at the bottom in 81. I felt at the time I might have been a little bit stingy, to be fair. I saw the dog, I liked the diagonal, I loved the bottom image and the first image of the dog. The thing that let it down for me was the moment of bonding the mother and father with the baby. I felt like we lost a lot of their faces. The photographer could have moved to have more of that emotion and maybe not the mother's hair across her face. And that just let it down for me. I felt like that was the key moment in the series, really. But I will be going up a little bit at least.
Okay, other comments? Tim? Yeah.
Yeah, I was on 83 solid silver. I really appreciated this story, and as Craig pointed out, just having that extra character of the dog and having him wait. I guess the only thing that's held me back from a silver distinction is the tonal range. So sometimes the shadows are too dark, specifically in that middle image, just on that wall. I sometimes get stuck on that. And then also some of the highlights on the left image in the middle. It's not a major, but I feel like there's a lot of competing between the tones.
Okay. Lizzie, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I scored this in 84, and I am willing to come up to silver distinction. What a wonderful representation of this birth. I look at every image and I feel a sense of rest. I mean, obviously when you give birth it's not very restful, but this family dynamic and the subtle display of support in every image, and even with the dog being so restful, and that bottom middle image, that was one of my favourite images, the tenderness of that hand wrapping around that baby's head with still with the blood, and so tender. And the hair doesn't I didn't even notice it. It doesn't, now that I see it, it still doesn't bother me, because she's just given birth. That's just how it goes.
Any other thoughts? Tanya?
Yeah, I gave this 84, and thanks, Craig, for just pointing out. I loved all of the moments with the dog, but actually pointing out that it went through in the diagonal, which it was so obvious I didn't notice. But, that brings it up to the next category level for me too. Congratulations! What an incredibly beautiful series of images.
Okay, Craig, just wrap it up.
Just to address a couple of the things, Lizzie already said it. I think that bottom center image is one of my favorites. I don't think the angle and the lack of seeing faces detracts from it. I think it really helps that feeling of the bonding of the family. The tones and the highlights, I don't think that those are too much of a concern. I think the design overall really works well. And this is birth photography like I've never seen it before. It's powerful storytelling, and it's a silver with distinction.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, nice conversation. 87, silver distinction. Okay, can we have the next print, please? There is no title to this image. And just while we have this small lull, just a reminder to judges to keep their comments nice and concise. We do want to hear your thoughts, but at the same time, we do have a number of images to get through this morning. So just keep those comments concise and to the point. That would be great. Okay, we have a score of 75. That's a bronze award. And just looking for a comment from someone. Yeah, Tim?
Yeah, I think the paper choice possibly let this down. It kind of washed out the black and white tones, but a really great composition and interesting array of pieces in the image.
Okay, thank you for the comments. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, the caption reads, "Homeless Rose murdered on the streets 7 days after this series of photographs." Okay, currently we have a score of 82. Craig is going to go and have a bit of a talk about this.
Wow, there's a lot of emotion in these images. I scored this 91. I was a little confused by the larger image to begin with, and it took me a while to realize that the out of focus area in the foreground was her with her middle finger up. And I really loved the kind of juxtaposition of that anger in her face with the fact that she's got her finger up, and it feels like it's like finger in the writing with the letter there at the end. And then all of the other images, like there is so much frustration, sadness, the character of this, it's just beautifully done, really well handed. It's been treated in a really respectful way, and I think this one is a gold.
Steve, you're down the other end of the scoring range.
Yeah, I really am. I was scoring at a bronze, 75. Look, the emotion is undeniable. The main image with that they've used, I think, is the strongest by far. Her eyes just, tormented. But I find that, I'll go back to Ellen, I think it's less is more. Just that one image on its own does everything that I want from this photo, and the others keep on pulling me away from it. And then it's the treatment, there's a heavy vignette around every image, and I don't know why that has been included. It's been, and I just feel that also distracts me. So I would go up because of the emotion, but I couldn't go up to gold, silver distinction.
From the middle, Tim? Lizzie, you...
Yeah, I scored this in 82 in the silver. I really enjoy the emotions that have been portrayed here, and I enjoyed the crops. I would have liked to have seen maybe the bigger image to be the same size as the other image, and I really struggled with the focus of the large image. It is focused more on her hair and her glasses than on her eyes and her face. Yeah, so that's what pulled me back down into the silver.
Okay. Other thoughts? Tim? Yep.
Yeah, I agree with everything said so far. I also struggled with the triptych on the side and then the main image on the right. I feel like the main image on the right has so much power that I think by itself it would be quite a heavy hitter. I also think the triptych is beautiful, but maybe the triptych on its own would have also told the story. Together I can appreciate them because you do get a range of humanity from her. I guess just what's kept it at silver for me, I was 84, was just the treatment. I feel like the blues on the main image are darker than the blues on the triptych, and just the heavy vignetting. But I'm listening.
Okay. Looks like it's back to you, Craig.
Okay, I might be trying to fight a bit too hard for this one, but I think that the flow of the triptych on the left-hand side there, with the way that the faces go, works really well. The main image is the main image because it is the strongest, but those other images really support it. I think they show various aspects of this character's personality, perhaps with some mental health struggles, with the difficulties in their life. And I think, we've been told that this woman is no longer with us, and that defiant, angry image at the end, I just feel like that's a really fitting end to this story, and I really feel this. I love the colour palette. I love the skin tones against that blue. The vignette for me really pulls you into that character. It doesn't take away from it, and I would love you guys to come up.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, 85, silver distinction. Thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, the caption, sorry. The gentle touch of a caring hand entices great joy. Oh, sorry. the writing is very small. I'll start again. The gentle touch of a caring hand entices great joy with children in a Vietnamese orphanage. Sorry, it incites great joy with the children of a Vietnamese orphanage. Okay, we currently have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Lizzie? Yep, go for it.
Yeah, I scored this a 90. Wow, impact. How masterfully captured of this entanglement of limbs and shapes, and I wouldn't thinking who belongs to all these limbs, where do they thing, and then I thought, actually I stopped myself and thought, no, it's the entanglement. I don't want to know where these come from. I want to follow them in, and then rest my eyes on this wonderful capture of this boy's joy in such a trapped, and how that's been presented in this entanglement of limbs, but then this such a delicate, soft touch of this hand coming in, and it really provoked a lot of emotion for me. I would have gone higher if it wasn't just for the top left, that strip just distracting coming down. But then also, it's that slight imperfection of the lines and the entanglement of these limbs, maybe it just adds to it. It really provoked an emotional response to me, and I think it should absolutely be rewarded, and such a unique and creative way to display the emotions too. To look, the photographers noticed this entanglement and of all the limbs and the shapes and the toes and the and presented it beautifully. So I'd love to hear what's holding you guys back, really.
Steve, you were down the other end. Would you like to?
I gave this a good bronze at 77. It is a lovely capture, and it's a great moment, well seen. The focus is my main problem. It's nothing is in focus except for his teeth. I trying to see. I think it's eyes and the bars, and his face is important, but I think the whole scene is important in this case. I think everything should be nice and sharp. I was distracted by that top bar, as you mentioned, and also the right hand bar, but you can't get rid of that without losing that toe, which needs to be there. Yeah, it's evocative. I think it's evocative maybe to a low silver, but for me, no higher than that.
Okay, the other judges were very clumped together. Tim, thoughts from the middle range?
Yeah, I gave this an 83 silver. I've possibly been a bit hard here. I really appreciate the tension of this tight crop and how each limb kind of finishes at the frame. I do agree. I feel like I am also wrestling with those limbs to get to the subject's face, and I would really like to have that joy shine through and pull me straight to his face, but I feel like I'm really competing with that front darker leg in the middle, but I'm happy to listen.
Do we have other thoughts? Okay, looks like it might be back to you, Lizzie.
I wanted to wrestle with those limbs because I want them to be soft. And yeah, it's almost, it's displaying a sense of, what's the word, amputation, disability. Yeah, with such wonderful curvatures of the foot, angling this with this tender finger coming down, and then the teeth is the smile. It's the gummy smile. This child is wrestling with life, and that is why these feet are so important and take up so much of this image.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, we have an 86, silver distinction. Okay, can we have the next image, please? There's no title to this image. Okay, we've got a score of 78. That's a bronze award. And so, can we just get a comment from somebody? Yeah, Tim.
Yeah, really great capture. Congratulations to the photographer. I really think you did a great job in catching this child, and it really shows his cheeky character. Yeah, congratulations.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to do a judge swap, so can we just have a blank screen for a moment? And Craig, you can take a break. And Dan, are you about? Okay, let's get Dan logged in, and okay. Alrighty. Can we have the next print, please? There's no caption to this print. Tony, can you just jump in for Tim, please? And we have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Can I just get a comment from somebody along the line there? Yep, Tony.
It's nicely printed. You know, the design is pretty good, but you don't really get a sense of what's going on. And this is the documentary category, so it's all about what's actually happening, and we're not really getting a good picture of that.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Rightio. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, so there's no title to this image. Okay, we currently have a score of 83, which is a silver award, but Tanya is going to want to talk about this.
Wow, I gave us a solid gold at 93. What a very powerful collection of images of the protest. Really beautifully anchored with the hongi of the two people in the top centre, and this beautiful image of this little girl. It's almost like there's all this chaos going on in the other images, and then there's this very quiet moment with little girl rolling a, what do you call it, hoop, which is a stunning image on its own, and it's a really beautiful entry into this series. I was particularly also drawn to the bottom middle image. Possibly the man has been tear gassed, and the other person standing by, and there's a peace symbol. There's some really fantastic symbolism. There's lots of symbolism. We're also presented with that there was the police came in and what they did. So that's like right there, but it's not over emphasised. The left image, the left centre image was someone having there's maybe a first aid person coming to the aid of that person on the ground. So clearly, it's documenting what went on in such a beautiful way. It's beautifully printed. I think it's an amazing collection of images that tells the story very, very well. Congratulations to the author.
Dan, you were down the other end of the scoring range.
I didn't see this.
Just speak into the microphone, Dan.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see this as beautifully printed. I see this as the printing has, to me, it's let it down a little bit, because the images are very interesting and they're very well seen, but the presentation of it to me isn't doing justice to the images. I'll definitely score it higher now I've had another look at it. Can't really say any more than that. I've seen a lot of these images very similar on the media, and yeah, it's a news story.
Okay, Steve?
Yeah, I gave this Silver Distinction 86. I felt that each image was very strong. They could have been individual images, but they came together very well to tell a cohesive story of the emotion of the events. Every frame captures an intense emotion. The bottom right-hand one, you can't really see it unless you get close. The lady is completely despondent. Next to that, the man is, it's basically from hope to despair, I think. It's showing that progression, you know, welcome, innocence, hongi, through to at the end, like, what were we doing here? What did we achieve? I think I'm going to go gold for this, yeah.
Okay. Other thoughts? Lizzie?
I scored this in 81. I am willing to come up into the Silver Distinction, not quite gold. Yeah, I do agree with the printing. It's very heavy in some of the blacks and losing a bit of detail that would have liked to have seen. How holds me back from gold is we've got all the outside images have this wonderful expressions of people and emotions, and then I'm drawn into the middle and I want to feel something and see something, but I don't get anything from anything that adds to it, and I'm drawn to it, but it's taking me away. It automatically takes me away from the emotion, especially with the hood, the really quite bright and dominant back of the head. Maybe if there'd been a closer up image of one of the police officers and how they were feeling on the day, would have brought me up into the gold.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Tim?
Yeah, I think I've been a bit harsh here on 78 for bronze. I agree with what Dan said. I think there's a few images in there, particularly the left-hand column. I think the hula hoop girl is probably one of the strongest ones and could have stood by itself. I think there's a range of emotions expressed there. There is some repetition with the milk in the eyes, but I do understand that contributes to the story. And then again, I do agree with Dan that I think the paper choice and printing has kind of washed out the contrast in the black and whites, but I'm happy to come up.
Okay, Tanya, back to you.
Yeah, thank you for all your how you saw what you saw here. The central image could be really easily overlooked as not having enough. However, it really represents what was going on in our country at that time. And if you look at in the background, there's a sign that says "new" in very big letters and NZ. Like, is this our New Zealand? Is this how it is now? So there's some real subtlety there. And just the fact that the police did come and had to come, it really really anchors all of the other images. That was what was going on. That's what happened. Also, the bottom left image, it could probably be quite easy overlooked. It has that. It looks like that moment where someone has found their other loved person or a loved one, because in that chaos, you know, people get lost and people don't know if someone's hurt, and that's also a really other beautiful image there. I think I don't feel distracted at all by the print tone and the way it's presented to us. I think it's very thoughtfully done, and it's also, can't see any reason why it couldn't be gold.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, we have an 89, which is a silver distinction currently, but we're up for a review. So if we can just have a score of either 90 or 89. 89, silver distinction.
Whoa.
Okay, thank you for those comments and conversation. Right, can we have the next print, please? There's no caption to this print. Okay, we have a score currently of 79, which is a bronze award. And are we happy with that?
Nope.
I didn't think you would be. Okay.
Yeah, I put this in the silver distinction at an 88. Sometimes we don't need very much to tell a pretty powerful story about this person, what they're going through, their pain, where they live. I love the colour palette. It also gives me a sense of age, the carpet, the textures, how painful and the amount of pain this person's in, and simplicity. I think, especially in the documentary category, it has something so simple yet so powerful and graphic. With that just says exactly what we need to know in a very thought-provoking and powerful way.
Tim, you're down the other end of the scoring range.
Yeah, I gave this 74 professional standard. I wanted to know more about the feet and the story, but I kept on getting pulled to the carpet, and possibly even showing a little bit more of the ankle or the feet could give a little bit more context. So, but I'm listening.
Steve, you're up there a little bit.
Yeah, I gave this an 82. Silver, I want to be left with questions. With an image, the further we go up the scoring scale, I want to ask more questions and have more questions asked of me. And this, I agree with everything that Lizzie has said so far, that you can see the pain, suffering. It is simple. But you do want to know about this person. You do want to know where they are and what's brought them to this situation when they're standing on the edge. It feels to me like a flag, and it feels like it's been structured in a way saying this is the state of a being, this is the state of a situation, and I think it's really intriguing, and I could easily go up to silver distinction.
Do we have any other comments? Dan?
I'm hearing what you're saying, and I scored it as a bronze. I think it's a little flat, the image, and I can see the pain and suffering and the visual allegory of the whole situation here. I feel we need a bit more information, and I'm hearing what you're saying, Lizzie, and it is a powerful image, but it could have been better with a little bit more information.
Okay, Lizzie, back to you.
The information is in the carpet. The colour palette, the coffee, the tobacco, the crumbs. You know, I see these feet, I feel this person's, got gout, diabetes, lived a hard life. The swelling, standing on the edge of life, literally.
Okay, judges, if we can please rescore. Okay, 84, silver award. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Sorry. The caption reads Nature Wedding Joy. I'm not going to. Yeah, I don't think documentary is meant to be part of that. So, Wedding Joy. Okay, we've got a score of 75, and that's a bronze award. And I'll just get a comment from Lizzie.
Great connection, lots of fun, joy. I was very distracted by the guy on the back right. Just watch you not over exposing people in the background distract with their quite pale skin tones.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? There's no caption for this image. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And a comment from somebody, Tanya, maybe?
Yeah, great use of far shutter speed to capture the milk droplets, and that's all I've got to say. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, the caption reads, "The abandoned house. The owners left one weekend and never returned over 30 years ago." Sorry, was that the title again? Yeah. Okay. The abandoned house. The owners left one weekend and never returned over 30 years ago. Okay, we currently have a score 75, which is a bronze award, and we're all happy. So can we get a comment from somebody? Yeah, Tim.
Yeah, a great number of images. Having 5 images centered with the chair in the middle was a really great choice. Lovely tones throughout the series. I think what would have brought it up maybe is just a little bit more story, specifically on the final image on the right.
Okay, thank you for that. Bronze award. Yes, we might do a judge change. Can we have the blank screen for a moment? Okay, Jessica, can you jump in for Lizzie? Give Lizzie a break. Thank you. Okay. Steve, you can take a break as well, and Alan, if you jump in.
Am I floating 1 or 2?
Go 1. Okay, can we have the next print, please? The caption reads Season 2, Episode 1. Caption reads Season 2, Episode 1. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Tim, yep, you want to have a talk about this?
Yeah, the narrative and story in here, at first it's very subtle and you're like, oh, it's a pizza on the floor. Compositionally wise though, it's very well handled. At first I was struggling with the brighter light on the right hand side of the frame, but when you sat with the image focusing on the pizza, I think that represents a new beginning. They're possibly moving in, or yeah, they're about to start a new chapter, judging from the caption. Really beautifully printed. I just thought we could have a discussion.
Okay, Alan, yep, you were down the other end.
So hold on, what was your score?
Oh, 83.
Okay, so it's a challenge, it wasn't a comment.
Yeah.
I was
No, it's a
thinking it was
challenge.
comment. Okay.
Thank you for giving me some context. I simply couldn't get it. And look, I think a picture, it's my opinion, should talk for itself. Not, the caption can add a little bit, and I'm happy you've raised that. You opened something in my mind. I wasn't aware. What's the connection between the caption and the photo? So I actually judged the photo on its merits, and I scored it 72. The choice of a wide-angle lens, I don't know if that adds anything. Yes, the pizza is a new beginning. Why include all the other elements? I mean, I understand it's a new home, but why, all those bright elements, not just on the right, but also on the left, they're just taking me away. So from a photographic point of view, I mean, the story, I don't have any connection. Had I not known the title, this is just a random snapshot. So I don't see a control of highlights or anything spectacular. I have no emotional connection. It's simply, for me, a professional standard.
Tanya?
At first I was like, what, is this a TV series? And then I realised when I looked closely next to the pizza is a single glass of wine, and I thought, okay, is this someone who has recently split up from a relationship, and this is all they have. They have a new home, but they don't have any furniture. And I thought the actual title was actually really clever and made us think a bit more. And so that emptiness is very well conveyed here. Actually, I give it 77, so I must consider obviously going up to the next range. What let it down for me was just the darkening on the left-hand side of the frame of the window. It goes from dark to light. It was just a bit of the printing technique. That was the only thing that let it down.
Okay, any other thoughts? Dan? Yeah.
I hear all you're saying, and one other thing that you haven't mentioned, and I think it lets it down technically, is that the verticals are not vertical. It's, you know, it's a building and it needs to be vertical, because then, I mean, the pizza looks great, but the house doesn't look that great. Stands in the way of the story.
Tim, might be back to you.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Dan, about the vertical lines, but I think that adds the depth of the room. It puts you in there. Yeah, I appreciate all the comments from the judges, and I'll urge you to come up.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, we have a 78 bronze award. Okay, now just trying to move judges around a little bit, so we'll just have a blank screen for a moment. And Tim, you can have a break. Tony, you've just arrived. You're in the hot seat.
Am I there, Paul?
You might have to be floating too.
Floating too.
Floating too. Yep. Okay. All right. Can we have the next print, please? The caption reads, "Tough times has forced small-town New Zealanders to find alternative accommodation." Small-town New Zealanders to find alternative accommodation. Okay, we can't have a score of 83 silver award, but Alan would like to have a chat.
Yeah, I scored this print 88, and I'd like to talk about it. So what makes it wow for me, and I'm just going to look at the scoring table here for silver with distinction. Excellent level of imagination and creativity, tick. Excellent visual communication, interpretation of subject and emotion, tick. Excellent level of technique, craft, production, and print quality, tick. I mean, this is fantastic. 4 different stories that connect to each other. We see their faces, we see the hardship, we see their homes, their environment. They hold together beautifully. It's printed epically. The control of the blacks and the whites and 50 Shades of Grey is spectacular. This is a stunning print. I challenge you to look at it again and just come with any fault. This is like unbelievably printed. 88.
Dan, you're down the other end.
Yep. Now I've got my glasses on, I can see it. Now I've got my glasses on, I can see it better. Yeah, I agree with you. The printing is lovely, Ilan. And each one is a pastiche, a little story on its own. Joined together, it shows that there is hardship, and people have been forced to make difficult changes in their lives, and it's well documented. Yep, I'll come up. I like it.
From the middle, Jessica?
I particularly love this bottom left image. You just want to spend some more time with them, actually with all of the people, and find out what their story is. And I think this is really great storytelling in that you do want to find out more. And you know, in the top left, how the the lady's got all her gnomes, or were they gnomes? Yeah, they're gnomes. And you know, she's making the best of a tricky situation, and you know, they still have their, you know, self-respect and their, you know, their dignity, and they're just doing their best. And I think it's really good storytelling. I was on 80. I'll come up.
Any other comments? No. Yeah, Tanya?
Yeah, I was in support of this image, but I only gave it 83, so I need to go higher. And thanks for all of the points you made, Elan. The bottom left also is such a winner as well, seeing the way the photographer has chosen to show what he or she has is absolutely epic, like you said. Yeah, congratulations. And I think that's one of those times where the narrative of the title actually helps us a lot.
Okay. Looks like I might be back to you, Lan.
So look, I made a mistake, but you can help me. This should have been gold, and you all spoke about it, and now you've had another talk about it, and I cannot raise my score. So I really made a mistake, and there's nothing I can do because these are the terms and conditions of my employment. But, you know, just have the courage and the audacity in the face of calamity. I mean, in the Bible it says, if you like it, put a ring on it. It's not the Bible. It's Beyonce. You just put a 9.
That's German for no.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, we have a score of 87, silver distinction. Great conversations. Thank you very much. Okay. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, the caption reads, "The chilled out atmosphere of the early days for the anti-mandate protest at Parliament." Okay, we have a score of 79, which is a bronze award at the moment. It is going to have to go to review. We happy for that to go to review? Yep. Okay, so what I need from everybody is either a 79 or an 80. Okay, we have a score of 79, bronze award. Oh, yeah, sorry, a comment for the entrant. I was in just finalising mode. Tony, we haven't heard from you.
Look, I haven't had the chance to go to Wellington to see this, so I'm seeing this with fresh eyes and learning about the occupation, which there is definite appeal to that, so well done. I am, however, wanting to see a little bit more of the character development, and I think there's a couple of images there that could explore that just a little bit further with the richness of the people that were there.
Okay, thanks for that, Tony. Alrighty, so what we're going to do now is swap over to the digital display. Okay. So, and whilst we're doing that, the judges, there's some snacks and things, sugary delights. There is actually fruit as well for you to refresh and recharge with. So, are they coming out the back to grab it?
Like really quickly?
Sorry?
Okay.
Number one.
No, yeah, number one. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And whilst the display is being located in and moved around, just remind you that I'd just like to thank Sony for sponsoring the awards, and of course Lumix for sponsoring the documentary category. A reminder to people in the audience that if you want to vote for your favourite judge in the Ian Poole Award, the voting box is out in the foyer, and all you need to do is go and put their name on a piece of paper and put it into the voting box, and yep, that will be that'll be great.
And how are you today, Tony? Not bad, you? Yeah, pretty good. Yeah. Ticking along? Oh, have you? Was it good?
It's tracking really well. Good range of
I hope
images.
you gave me some big prizes.
Oh, yes, I know.
We've been pretty much dominated.
Okay, we're just going to make one judge change at the moment. Catherine, if you want to come in for Tanya,
Collages.
and yeah, we'll just leave it at that for the next couple, and we'll just get ourselves going, and we'll do another change shortly.
Oh, did it?
Okay, are we ready? Is everybody ready?
On the landscape.
Yep, looks like everybody's ready. Okay, can we have the first image, or first digital image, please?
In camera. I see him.
And the comment caption is muddy missed tackle. Okay, we've got a score of 73, professional standard. And can we get a comment from somebody on the floor? Catherine?
Yeah, it's a great moment. Capture-wise, it isn't it just isn't sharp enough. Just need a sharper capture, and then potentially just not quite getting the expressions from the two players in the front that would really help it.
Okay, thank you for that. Can we have the next image, please? Caption reads, "He's here, Mama." Okay, we have a score of 74 with professional standard. And just looking along the line for a comment. You got another comment, Catherine? Yeah?
Sorry. There's a lovely expression from the person in the phone, but the moments of meeting the baby has already passed. So we're not really seeing the moment, and we know that because we can see in the small face that it's only the mother who's showing her face. So we're not really seeing that sort of moment of meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Now, can we have the next image, please? Okay, caption reads, "The Garden of Eden Super Rugby 2022 final taken on Ilford XP2 400." Okay, we have a score of 71, professional standard. And just looking for a comment. Yeah, Alan?
It's a great moment. I think, I mean, we know that it's been captured on film, but if it's digitized, you can actually, without changing anything materially in this category, just make the black slightly blacker, especially in the sky, but also fix a little bit of the highlights and some of the noise. Good capture, though.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? There is no caption for this image. Okay, we've got a score of 81, silver award, and Catherine would like to make a challenge?
Yeah, I gave this 87. This is a seriously high quality capture that does not need a caption at all. It's in our face. The moment is absolutely precise in terms of the time that it's been captured. The faces are very, we can see all the faces, we can see the strength. You know, in terms of the handling of it, the in-your-face black and white, it's very rich. That matches what we're being shown. And then, you know, the real interest in the depth, but the three faces down below that all have the same expression looking up. It is that curious thing that about humans, how the human enjoyment of enjoying people beating each other up. And it's, you know, there's a sort of look between curiosity and worry that is in all three of those faces as they peer through the fence. It's very effective, very in your face.
Alan, you're down the other end of the...
Yeah, just 10 points below at 77. I really wanted to reward this image because I think that capturing this moment, you know, it's actually a decisive moment and it's classic, and these are difficult places to take photos without, you know, you need to be really up close and be fast, shutter, and obviously use a flash. So the challenge for me was their faces. There is no detail. It's all washed out and over sharpened, and there is no detail, nothing on their skin. It simply is completely either blown away or retouched or smoothed or sharpened. So the whole thing is like, I was really let down with that treatment. So I love the arena, I love the composition, I love the light. It's just how their faces are treated that let me down.
Tony.
I'm 84, and I think, Catherine, you kind of were saying what I was hoping you were going to say, which I'm going to come up with you there because there's two things to add that haven't been noted, and that is you've got the tattoo, which is showing sort of an elegant, nice lady, and then you've got this Jack that's in the boxing ring getting a fair whack to the head. So there's quite a humorous element to what's actually happening. The obvious flair, I think, is also an analogy to she's been KO'd or potential for, so she's seeing stars. So I think there's a really, you call it an accident, but I think it actually adds to what's actually going on with this message. Alone, I'm not seeing that in the faces. You know, I think it's a high ISO, and there's a little bit of distortion and grain and noise that comes with that, but I think it's there. You know, I think I'll be coming up to Catherine.
Okay, any other thoughts? Yeah, Dan?
I'm hearing what everybody's saying, both positively and negatively. I think it's a lot of dodging right in the centre of this, for lack of a better word, and it's been slightly overdone, and that's lost a little bit of the detail that we're looking for at the point of, well, the dual points of impact. I love the whole image. It's a very strong image, and it's sort of that human love of seeing people whacking each other, for lack of a better word, and it's just like there's so much energy and passion involved in this picture. I like it. I'll come up.
Catherine, back to you.
Yeah, I certainly think that this sits into the excellence in terms of technical and visual communication, the moment of capture, you know, extremely challenging lighting to photograph in, and yet we are getting all the information that we need, and our eyes are being drawn to the right place. Thank you, Tony, for bringing up the tattoo, and now I go look and have another look, and then I see what she's wearing, and so you've got that sort of elegance of the skirting, or whatever that is, that brings that feminine aspect to it, which just adds another thing. It'd be great to see this go up to silver with distinction.
Okay, thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we have an 85, silver distinction. Right, next image, please. There is no caption. Apologies, judges, there is a caption. Some hard-earned drawn downtime. Local fishermen play a few rounds of knock-off cards and drink coffee after their early morning fishing. Ho Hoi An, Vietnam 2020. Okay, we have a score of 74, professional standard. Okay, thank you. Can we have a comment for the entrant, please? Alan?
Yeah, great capture. I think to bring it higher, watch your verticals. I know the sign looks a bit tilted, but the wall, I think it's straight. And maybe just look at the amount of noise that you can control to make it slightly less grainy.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, the caption for this one is Boys Cross Country Race to the End. Okay, we have a score of 73, professional standard. Can we have a comment for the entrant, please? Catherine?
Yeah, in terms of how this has been seen, the proximity of the runners to each other and how their hair almost fuses together, that's cleverly seen. Technically, it's just being let down by its lack of sharpness, and also it's just too bright as well.
Okay, thank you. We're going to have a judge change. Can we please have Tony Carter in for Dan? Thank you. Right. Next image. Okay. The bride was chatting with a disabled woman who was the only one represented of the groom's family. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And Tony?
Yeah, I'm on 82. I think the emotional content of this is very high. I mean, you get the obvious, the joy of the elderly lady, but then you have that sort of delicate nature of the groom's hands just softly touching the chair, and you're seeing his wine glass and just, the material just folding down there. So I think there's a lot of quite delicate pieces to this, which adds to the visual communication. But you know, it's sort of all about the hands and the faces, and then you lead around the rest of the image. I sort of thought it was worthy of a silver.
Okay. Elan, you were at the other end.
Yeah, I scored this at 72. I agree, the expression is exquisite, the connection, the human emotion, it's beautiful. I was let down by the amount of noise, and mainly, I mean, the hands, it's obviously subjective if the groom's hand anything, but definitely his body takes maybe 40% of the photo, and yeah, it may balance, but I think it's just, you know, that napkin is very bright. It's the brightest thing in that photo against his suit. So my eyes keep drawn to that napkin and that glass, and I'm not sure this would, I mean, I'm not sure about the cropping or anything else about that, so I'd like to hear more. I'm open.
Hey, Jessica, you're in the middle there.
Yeah, I scored this as 74. As soon as I saw this, I had an immediate emotional reaction to it. Beautifully timed, great expressions. I think what let it down for me was the focus isn't on the lady sitting down. I don't know that it has to be, but I feel like it would be nice to see her a little bit more in focus.
Hey, anybody else? Tony?
The only thing different to add is I think a crop to probably half the real estate of this picture in that sort of upper third would solve some of the problems with the noise in the groom, but still tell the same story.
Okay, back to you, Tony Carter.
Let's just score it. I have nothing else to say.
Rescore, please, judges. And we've stayed on 76, Bronze Award. Next image, please. There is no caption, judges. We have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Tony Carter, would you like to give some feedback?
Sure. You know, the spotlighting is, and it's all in the right places with the composition. I think that it just, with the singer, the performer, just lacking a bit of energy, sort of out of the frame. So nothing's really, the spotlight's on somebody, but they're not giving you anything back, really.
Thank you. Next image, please. Caption is Cult, Dunedin band The Chills, still mesmerising after nearly 40 years. Snowbound Tour 2018. And we have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Jessica, do you want to give a comment for the entrant?
Yeah, I love the comedy in this. Actually, the drummer in the back, doing whatever the heck he's doing, and the singer having no idea that's going on. So really well spotted, well timed moment. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more detail in the drummer to find out a little bit more of what's going on there.
Thank you. Next image, please. Living with Curiosity, children in their element from Dagupan to Manila, the Philippines, 2019. Okay, we have a score of 72, professional standard. Tony Stewart, would you like to give a comment, please?
Look, I think you've got a very strong connection with the boy on the right there, and I would like to see the description, the exploration of curiosity, described in a little bit more detail.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. The comment is pests. It says pests. Okay, we have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Jessica, Catherine? Yep.
Yeah, I did notice the inclusion of the people behind, but it wasn't a theme that was carrying on through all of the images. Top two images and bottom right image are sort of carry through the idea that the photographer's trying to convey of the additional people behind the scene. It is a very difficult situation in terms of lighting, so it's quite hot as well. But I think there's some story in there, but it's just not resolved.
Lovely, thank you. We're going to have a judge change. So Lizzie Gilmore, can you swap in for Jessica, please? And Matt Palmer in for Ilan. Thank you. You'll be floating one, Matt. Right, next image, please. And just waiting for the computer. Bride, midway through having makeup applied, breaks into her best Bridezilla impression. And we have a score of 76, which is a bronze. And Catherine, you're going to challenge?
Yeah, I gave this 80, so just in the silver range. And I guess I look at this and I think, well, that's going to stick with me, that's memorable. Just in terms of the capture, it's funny. The looking off frame means that I get a sense of someone else that she's giving that expression to, rather than that being directed straight to the photographer. And then the splayed fingers, that just adds an extra element to me. You've got the splayed fingers and then something in the background that's reminiscent of the splay as well. It's just fun and quirky, and that's where I've rewarded it for silver, low silver.
Okay, Matt Palmer, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I was in high professional standard. I think just simply because this kind of action does happen quite a lot when you're photographing brides before a wedding. The photographer's timing has been great. The exposure is generally very good considering she's in white, but a lot of those distractions in the background as well pull me away from that moment a little, and I acknowledge that the photographer couldn't have done anything in capturing that moment and still having the distractions there. But that's what's holding me back a little. I could probably go into bronze.
And Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'll come up into low silver. I mean, I had an immediate response to this, and I think that the nature of this person you get straight away from the image. You know, look what she's wearing. The photographer got this across the board to have it in here. So obviously this person's character is not shy, and you can sort of get that energy from this person, and just that expression in that face and those hands, it's just like boom in your face. So for that, you know, so to me that's saying something. So I'll be coming up into low silver.
Okay, Catherine, back to you.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you, Tony. Yeah, really asking for just a small rise in points, really. Probably the one thing that I haven't talked about is that ring box. You know, she's a little bit wild and wacky, and she's still holding the treasured ring or jewellery box there, and that just adds that little extra element in there.
Thank you. Please rescore, judges. And now we get to review it. 79. So can you please either 79 or an 80, please, judges? And we've stayed on a 79 bronze. Next image, please. The moment of a balloon blasting on a baby gender reveal party. And we have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Thank you. Can we have a comment for Matt?
Yeah, I think the photographer's timing has been quite impeccable to capture this moment in the way they have. Perhaps in terms of more story, it would have been great to have just a wider crop so we could see the emotions of the people who are popping the balloon, and that might have brought a lot more action to the scene.
Thank you. Next image, please.
Choose. Doesn't matter.
Oh, our caption is, good one, Aranea Sablalinka of Belarus serves at the 2022 Australian Open. And we have an initial score of 78 bronze. Do we want to change that?
I will.
Yeah.
Look, I went 91. It might be a bit of a tough one if you're down there. Look, I think we've got a photo here that has got graphics. There's colour interplay. There is timing. There is a singularity. You know, if you went to see a performer at this level, they would be surrounded by people. The photographer, through the skill of their craft, has managed to isolate a whole crowd with all the other players, and that woman has got her eye on that ball with such intensity. I think to capture the essence of sports photography and documentary, it's all there. We've got the placement of the ball relative to the hand, relative to the racket, relative to the eye. If that ball was further out or closer, it wouldn't have anywhere near the same effect. I think we're seeing a piece of work here that is well crafted, well worthy of the skill that comes with gold. You may not believe it's in that level, but I certainly think it needs to be higher than what we're seeing in bronze.
Okay.
I was 91.
Okay, so Matt, you were at the other end.
Yeah, I saw this in high professional standard, and I'm fairly comfortable with that, unfortunately. I have seen a lot of tennis photography, and the way that the sun angles itself into these stadiums does create very graphic compositions. So a lot of tennis photography exploits that in a way that's been done quite well here. The moment, I appreciate that she's looking at the ball and there's the intensity of that stare and so on, but for me it's not the moment, it's not exciting, it's not showing the actual tennis. I think she may even just be throwing the ball up to prepare herself for giving a serve rather than be in the motion of giving a serve, because then we might have seen more motion in the racket. So for me, I appreciate those graphic elements, but I have seen those graphic elements done in this way before, so I felt it was very high professional standard.
Okay. Lizzie, you're in the middle.
Yeah, I completely agree with. Yeah, I completely agree with Matt says. With yeah, the graphical element is there, but it is something that's been seen before. Yeah.
Hey, Tony Carter.
Yeah, the lighting's fantastic. I think it lacks energy, really. You're forced to look at graphics, but when you get to the graphics, there's no real energy in that. And also, cutting the top off like that forces your eye into the black hole on the bottom left, that tension leading through there. So it doesn't really make sense to me like that. It's just, you've got nowhere to go, and when you go to what you're meant to be looking at, there's no energy, and it's just not quite right body language-wise for me. But I scored at 77, so...
Okay, Tony.
Look, fair call. Let me just add one more thing that may just help you, hopefully. Think of you as the viewer as being the opponent player looking across the top of the net, and you've got this serve that's about to come hurtling with a rate of knots. There's not the motion there, but it's about timing, because the motion's been frozen. You know something's happening. You know that's going to be belted, and you've got to stand ready. And I think just have another look again, and let's see if we can get a little bit above bronze.
Yeah. Judges, please rescore. Tony, you've got to press enter.
Oh, sorry, I thought I did.
And we have 80, silver. Right, next image, please. She hangs her head and clutches her pregnant belly as she finishes one contraction and awaits the next. She hangs her head and clutches her pregnant belly as she finishes one contraction and awaits the rest. Oh, next. And we have a score of 69. Do we have a comment for the Lizzie?
Yeah, well done to the photographer for getting this angle, slightly different angle than what we see. I would have liked to have gone in there and seen focus on her hands or something that brought that little bit more emotional element to it. Just a little bit too highlighted on the breasts and the arm.
Thank you. Next image, please. We don't have a caption for this. And we have a score of 71, professional standard. comment for the Tony Carter?
There's something in this image, but I don't think it's been realised. It's almost like the photographer hasn't picked what they want you to look at, really. You know, with the crowd or the people, you know, the energy of the people jumping. So just think about what you want people to be looking at first. Yeah.
Thank you. Right, we're going to have a judge change. Craig, could you step in for Tony Stewart, please? Okay, next image, please. Right, so our caption is Tammy Nelson, sassafras tour, sassafras slang for a sassy person not afraid to speak her mind. Okay, we have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. And Craig, would you like to speak to the entry, please?
Yeah, sure. I think the photographer's done really well with the light here, and I quite enjoyed the movement in the hand. But I think this isn't the best moment in this performance, and a little bit of different timing would have made a better image, I think.
Cool, thank you. Matt, did you want to have a chat? No, okay.
I'm just getting ready.
Oh yeah, okay, next image, please. And we have no caption. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award, fairly even across. Matt, did you want to talk?
Yeah, the photographer's captured some great action in this photograph. You still see enough of the car that you can connect with what's going on and where it's travelling to. Perhaps a little crop in from the top would remove some of those distracting elements like the gate and a little bit of those bits of sky peeking through.
Thank you. Next image, please. Bombing on Niue Island. Okay, and we have a score of 73. That's a professional standard. Tony Carter?
Just a comment. I mean, this is the documentary category, so it's not really telling us anything about a place. To me, if this had been put into another category that was more about abstraction or something like that, it could have done well. And even wondering what it would look like in black and white.
Right, next image, please. Okay, Matteo Berenitti of Italy plays a backhand during the Australian Open in 2022. And we have an initial score of 83. Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 92. I mean, you can almost forget about what this image is, really, as far as it being tennis. It looks more like some sort of weird dance. But, you know, the graphic nature of this, the energy of the person, you know, the graphic line with the shadow ripping through, you know, from that bottom right up into the, you know, the top third there on the left. But and how that the lines in his body are all about that. How the light is perfectly on his body. That the shadow, the headless shadow, it looks more like ballet than tennis to me. So you're really seeing the energy of you know what these people put their bodies through. But yeah, the line, the form, the lighting, the magic of this, I think, is quite beautiful. And you know, we don't need a tennis ball to know what he's done.
Okay, Matt, you were at the other end.
Oh, when we say the other end, I was still in the award range. I was in a high bronze. I thought it exceeded professional practice. I appreciated all the same things that you did, but saw it as slightly less unique, I guess. I did see the dancing, and I am listening and considering silver.
Okay, so Catherine had a hand up first. So.
Yeah, I was in the silver range. I think, I mean, something that really strikes me in here is the triangles. So triangles of the legs, the triangles of the whole shape, the triangle in the arms, the triangle in the shadow. Just that series of shapes that have been created, and then the triangular, the diagonal line, sort of bringing that all together. But actually, as you look at it more and more, I also love the fact that there's no head on the shadow, and that speaks about the contortion that can happen when people are playing sports. And the body positioning that they get into. I will come up. I'm probably more going up into the silver distinction range and not the gold range, though.
Okay, and Craig.
Yeah, I was actually going to speak about the triangles too, Catherine, so thanks for pointing those out. Just to add, I scored 88. I scored it that because of the absence of a ball, but the more I'm looking at it and see the power and the energy and the graphic nature of this, I think I'll come up with you, Tony.
Okay, Tony.
Yeah, guys, you've talked about it and you haven't said anything negative. So why is it only a high silver? Why? I mean, it's like the Grand Hurrah, his shadow, that's what it looks like to me. It's like, you know, the end of a show. The arms out, just the whole energy, just where his shorts hits the black line behind him. Look at the legs, look at the tension. Like I say, you don't even really think about tennis when you look at this, but you just really see what sort of fine form somebody has their body in for doing this, and the relentless hours they put in. But you know, I think it's all about the energy, all about the human body shape, all about the lines. Gold.
Okay, please rescore, judges. And we have an 88, which is a silver distinction. Okay, next image, please. Xander Fraser smashes the ball during Centennial Homes Hockey Men's North vs South Series at St Paul's Collegiate in Hamilton, New Zealand on Saturday, April 23rd, 2022. Right, we have a score of 80, which is a silver. Tony Carter, would you like to speak to the...
No.
No? Okay, Lizzie.
Yeah, great composition. You can really feel the energy. I would have just struggled with the focus a bit. I think I would have liked to have seen his face more than the splash.
Cool, thank you. Next image, please. Okay. Okay, surrounded by the care of her midwives and the love of her husband, she makes the final pushes to meet her baby. Okay, we have a score of 80. Would somebody like to, Lizzie?
Wonderful, delicate edit. I really went in there and really appreciated how delicately you had handled this really strong emotion on her face. I was just a bit distracted by a few highlights, and also the window on the top left could have just been straightened a little bit more with the stairs.
Thank you. We're going to have a judge change. Catherine, would you like to have a bit of a break? And Tanya. Okay, next image, please. Birth in Ashburton Hospital, January 22. Dad's first skin-to-skin moment with his new daughter. We have an average score of, well, we have a score of 68. That is a professional standard. Matt?
Just a comment.
Yeah, just a comment, please.
Yeah, the photographer's captured a lovely moment here that family are going to cherish. However, I think that the focus has actually picked up the jewellery on the nurse as one of the highest areas of contrast in the image rather than the man's face.
Thank you. Next image, please. The comment is generations. Okay, we have a score of 73, which is professional standard. Can we get a comment, Craig?
Yeah, I love the processing and treatment of this, and the connection between grandma and granddaughter is really beautiful. I think that angles are a little bit off, and also having that emblem on the shirt right in the middle of that connection really interrupts it.
Thank you. Next image, please. Oh, okay. Steve, would you like to step in for us, please? Just here. Okay, we have an initial score of 80, which is a silver award. Can we get a comment for the entrant, please? Anybody? Craig?
Yeah, great moment here. Really well captured. I'd like to see just a little bit more control in the highlights and the noise.
Cool. Thank you. Next image, please. The haircut. We have a initial score of 74, which is professional standard. Can we get a comment for the entrant, please? Anybody? Tony Carter? Yeah.
Yeah, I think all the elements are here. It's quite a quirky shot, but just file quality is lacking with grain and inconsistency.
Thank you. Next image, please. Right. Little Sisters Afternoon Adventures. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Lizzie's hand's gone up. You can.
I scored this an 80. I'd love to push this up into a silver. What a wonderful display of this little, vibrant, energetic little girl. So many different elements of her day, so many slight differences in personality, but still so vibrant, and I really appreciate the use of colour. We've got these lovely reds coming through in each image, these soft pinks, the blue tones. Yes, I don't really understand the storyline, whether it's not like morning to night, but just look how beautifully this photographer's handled the tones and brought those tones into each image, which just creates such a wonderfully joyful, cohesive series.
Okay, Craig, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I scored this a 74, and I think this sits really nicely in high professional practice. I really enjoy the concept of it. I think there's a few inconsistencies in the way that the images have been edited. The top right image is really muddy, and I thought all of the images are quite the little girl is interacting in some way with what she's doing, and then there's just that one on the top row where she's interacting with the photographer and looking straight at the camera, and I actually think that's the strongest image and would have been nicer to see that on its own.
Tanya, you were actually at the other end, so would you like to speak?
Oh, yeah, exactly what you said, Craig.
Okay. And Tony?
Exactly what Craig said, but not. I'm on 76. I'm going to come up into silver. There was something about this when I sat back here and looked at it. And I thought, oh, okay, it's just a mundane series of images of a kid going about its normal day. But then I thought, actually, no, when you look at this, it is that simple, but the photographer has an eye for this and a feel for it they've put this together by how it feels rather than exactly thinking about getting things perfect. And I find, that the more I sat with it, the more I realised, the blue bowl and the second in fits very well with the blue of the clothesline shot, the clothes hanging on the other side. There's a whole lot of little balance things here that shouldn't work that do for me. The shot with the clothes, the shot next to it with the blue sky. It's been flipped, blue behind the girl, then blue sky. It really balances, and it's created in a real order in the chaos in a series. So it's very offbeat, it's offhand, and I think it just needed to be looked at for longer. The shot on the top right, the lighting is lacking, but it is inside and it is what it is. This whole thing is what it is. So I think it's probably worthy of a silver with distinction.
Hey, Matt, did you want to have something too?
What Craig said, but I'd also add that the main element, the two frames of the trampoline, I felt like it only really needed to be one frame, and perhaps something else could have been included there. And it feels a little jarring to go trampoline, food, trampoline. So just a little note.
Okay, Lizzie, back to you.
I think you'll find the two trampolines, we've got one with those stripes on her little tights there, it cohesive with the stripes of the rugby jumper above, the jumping for joy on the left with her hands outstretched, and then you've got top right where she's got them tucked in under her chin. I love the cohesive chaos, and exactly what Tony said. I think he put it wonderfully.
Hey, please rescore, judges. Okay, we've gone to 79, which is a review. So either 79 or 80, please, judges. And we've stayed at 79 bronze. Thank you. And next image, please. My Little Helper. Okay, we have a score of 71, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment?
The elements are all there. The layout, what you can see in the image, but the file quality is very poor. But yeah, that's what's letting it down for me.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay. Dad continues a family tradition for his 50th consecutive opening weekend of duck shooting season. Okay, we have a score of 76 bronze. Tony Carter?
Yeah, I'm on 80. Initially, I looked at this and thought, oh, there's just too many images. But then just looking at it a bit harder, the images really give you a sense of this place and this man and that sort of lifestyle of what they do at that time of the year. So it's a quiet energy, but I believe it's there. You know, the shot from inside the mai in the middle there, or whatever that is, it's a little bit off-putting with the you know the strings or whatever it is coming in from the side, but you still know what it's all about. It's just a bit of a quiet time there. But yeah, I think just the flatness and the lifelessness of this, and the sort of murky tones of getting up early in the morning and going and shooting these things, is told reasonably well in the story, and sort of worthy of a low silver.
Okay, Craig, you're at the other end.
I scored this as 62. I think it just kind of squeaks into professional practice for me. I'm really bothered by the presentation of this. There are some images that are black and white, some images that are sepia toned. It doesn't have any consistency in the editing, and that central image with the loop going into the head just really bothers me. There are, I think, 3 images here which would make a really strong and cohesive story. I think as it's presented to us like this, I don't feel I can put this into the award ranges.
Okay, Matt, did you want to?
Craig nailed it.
And Craig nailed it. Okay, Lizzie, did you?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment, just more for the photographer. I would have loved to have taken out the middle 3 images. I think the top line and the bottom line together would have actually lifted this image up for me into the silver, just with a really nice storyline. But yeah, just that middle one really brings it down for me.
Okay, Tony, back to you.
Let's score it.
And we have stayed on 76 Bronze Award. We're going to have a quick judge change. Tony, do you want to take a quick break? And Steve.
It was already predetermined.
Okay, next image, please. And we have a score of 77 bronze. Steve?
Drama, perfect timing. Followed chase helicopter with the pilots grimacing at the controls, trying to stay in the action. Photographer about to be covered in dust and stones. Beautiful landscape, great palette. I think it brings 82, which is what I've scored it. Good silver.
Lizzie, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I scored this at 74. Yeah, I could be persuaded to come up to bronze. I think for silver, there's a bit of lack of contrast and drama, I think, that I would have liked to have seen with that whole helicopter coming in. Also, I think there was a great opportunity to get a wonderful expression on the helicopter pilot face or people in there or something just to add to it. But yeah, I will reward the photographer for that perfect, wonderful timing.
Okay, Craig, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I scored this 78. I think I'm happy to come up into silver range for this. I didn't put it into silver range initially because I think the crop lets it down a little bit. I'd love to see the sky taken out to keep that colour palette as muted as possible. But yeah, I'll come up.
Okay, back to you, Steve.
Yeah, I thought about the crop as well, but I like having a bit of space on the left for the car to drive off into and to land and to see there's no fence there or something. I think it's good. It would be too tight if they took the sky out, maybe. But yeah, no, I hear you. I think, yeah, it's good silver. Please come up a couple of points.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. Okay, we have a score of 81. Silver award. Next image, please.
Tripping over the chair, it's all right.
Iga Swiatek of Poland. Sorry if I'm butchering this. Celebrates winning match point at the 2022 Australian Open. Okay, we have a score of 78. Bronze award. Yep, Matt, you can do that.
Look, we're not too far off. I know it's a simple image, but that is part of its strength as well. This image is pure emotion. It is the moment that this person has won. They even look surprised to have won themselves, or that they've made it to the end of the journey in terms of playing through this tournament. Yeah, there's heaps of emotion. The way that the court intersects through the body of the athlete, it gives us a sense of place, and that's the moment that she won on court. It's not somewhere else where she's celebrating. This is the moment. And she's throwing her racket, it's caught in midair. I'm just rewarding the photographer for their timing and anticipation and being in the right place, because it would have so easily been possible to have gotten her back or from the side or one of the other shooting positions. They were lucky enough to be there. To capture that moment, I'm on silver, and we're talking a couple of points.
Okay, Craig.
I'm the bad guy again, sorry. I scored this 74. I do get that kind of emotion, and yeah, I think Matt, I'll definitely come up. I do enjoy the triangles and the intersections, so yeah.
Steve, you're in the middle there.
Yeah, 77, I'll go to silver. I didn't go silver first because I just felt her was just a bit soft on her, the focus on her. But I love that triangle intersecting her and pointing straight at the racket, which is just elevated there, and the triangles of her legs and her arms into her body. It's a lot of action going straight into her. So yeah, it's a silver, I think.
Okay, back to you, Matt.
I won't argue too hard because I think we've said it, but in terms of the softness, I think if you look at her hands, you could probably give her a palm reading if that's what you were into. The details there. In terms of her face, perhaps a teeny bit softer, just simply because that's in motion, and also because she's wearing a cap, which of course makes it a lot more difficult to photograph her. But yeah, let's just rescore.
Okay, please rescore, judges. And we have an 81 silver award. Right, next image, please. Okay, Matt's got to step off. Tony Stewart, could you step in, please? Yeah, yeah. Actually, we can swap you out. We'll swap you anyway. So, Tony, if you log in when you, yep, cool. Thank you. Okay, we have no caption, judges.
Am I floating too?
Yes, please. Actually, either one is fine.
I'll go for it.
Okay, we have a score of 86. Steve's hand's gone straight up.
Yeah, I've given this a gold 91. I think it's the timing is impeccable, and the strength of the kick through his leg. Everything is focused on his face, but if you follow the line through his body, every muscle is going to that kick up through the left-hand side, and then you just see this absolutely beautiful moment of agony on his competitor's face. And it's blurry and it's messy, but that is showing me the absolute power of that impact. I just think it's really well crafted, perfectly caught. I love the artifacts of the lenses. I just think that adds to the drama. I love his tattoo. I love every piece of detail in his body, and as it gets softer and into that moment of impact, I just think it's really compelling.
Okay, Lizzie, you were...
I knew that was going to come to me. I scored this a 72. I feel like the post-processing really let it down. I think a little bit over-processed in places. A little bit more of an authentic edit would have, I think, brought it back up to me. There's a lot of grain, and also to go up into the award range, I want to see the focus where the focus needs to be, not on the man's shoulder. It should be on his face or somewhere in there that is important, where the tip of his shoulder is not.
Craig?
Yeah, I scored this 82. I think that this is a really fantastic timed moment. I felt that the bubbles are like sweat coming at the photographer and really add to the story of this image, but I resisted taking it a little higher because of the graininess and the quality of the image. I'm happy to come up. I don't know if I'm quite in gold.
Tanya?
Yeah, I gave this 86. I think, you know, when you're shooting at this kind of photography, it's low light and it's messy. What's grain? What's a bit of grain? The story is so good. It's so powerful and strong. And I think there's that sheer feeling of impact from the person who's about to receive the kick is just so immense, balanced in the opposite side, you know, of the person giving the kick, who's very focused on what he's about to do. Lizzie, I see what you're talking about with the perhaps the handling of the image. However, just bear in mind, it is what it is. It's usually shot at night under tricky conditions, and the photographer has done an amazing job. Yeah,
Tony.
congratulations.
I'm looking around the room and I'm aware of minors. I was going to say, as a bloke, I can certainly feel this, and I know where this guy's just been kicked. And I think, you know, when you've got the bokeh, you've got that sweat. He's had the snot kicked out of him, you know, and that pain. It's soft because he's blurry. He's not with the program at this stage, and I think it's certainly worthy to recognise that. I'm on silver. I will go silver distinction. I would think the energy of the shot could be contained perhaps with the right hand of the assailant taken out potentially. Whether that you agree with that or not, that would be a change I'd perhaps look at to really keep the interaction between the two phases.
Hey, Steve, back to you.
Yeah, thanks for the discussion. The grain just adds more to it. I want this to be dirty, grimy. It feels like it's not far off street fighting. It's intentionally, and it's low light, as has already been mentioned. It's taken in very tricky, situations with the lighting, and I think they've handled it really well. I just love the flow of it, through the body and up into the face. And yeah, I feel it. I think you look at the gold, we're invoking a superior emotional response. Tony and I are feeling that response. I think probably everybody else in the room is, yeah. There's not a lot that wants me to pull it down below gold. I'd be really happy if we get silver distinction, but I think that it's worth a gold. So.
Okay, please rescore, judges. And we have an 87 silver distinction. We're going to do a bit of a swap out. Lizzie, do you want to take a bit of a break? And Catherine, do you want to come back in, please? Okay. Ooh, next image, please. A burning ghat in Varanasi, India's oldest city, where pyres burn 24 hours a day. Because the city is believed to be so sacred, the demand for funerals is high. We have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction.
Oh, I can challenge that, can't I?
No,
Oh, no, I can't.
You can't, sorry.
If it was 84, I could have, yeah.
Okay, we've got a... Tanya, would you like to give a comment for the...
Oh yeah, what a wonderful geographic image, and there's so much to explore. It's very enjoyable and intriguing, and really captures the culture of this society. Well done to the photographer.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Tony.
Actually, well, yeah, well.
Yep.
Without dragging out, look, I went to an 80. Obvious fluorocide that's not 100 sharp, okay? But I think for a sports capture, this is actually above what we'd expect someone competent in their craft to be doing. We've got the leading elements of the players all going to the ball on the right. He's dragging it through to the ball. I think it's a clean, uncluttered sports image that we seldom see. And I think we just need to be careful that we often don't get the opportunity to capture it as clearly and as richness, with as much richness as what we're seeing here.
Okay, Catherine.
I was on 72, and I appreciate the capture and the decisive moment here, but it is unsharp. It's actually just not even close to sharp. There's none of the three players in there are sharp at all, and that's why I've had to sit it where I have.
And I'm going to go to Tanya, who's in the middle.
Yeah, I scored this 78. I really appreciated that decisive moment captured, and the absolute focus on the chasers, and that everyone's in pretty much in mid-air. And yeah, I did take points off for the focus not being quite on. But yeah, could consider going up to that silver range.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Look, it's a pretty simple decision. You either see the merit in that or you don't. Please rescore.
Cool. All right, rescore, please, judges. And that is we've gone to 77, bronze award. Okay, we're going to quickly change some judges. Craig and Alan, please. Okay, next image, please. Nostalgia. Okay, we have a score of 80. Catherine, you'd like to challenge that?
I gave this 86. You get the feeling for this without needing to hear the title. You certainly get that feeling, but what I'm really getting from this is it's about reflection. That the man is reflecting on his life and how we have to do that alone. So he's it's obvious what he's looking at, but for me it is all about that reflection, that introspection. All the captures are quite simple, yet he's nicely framed within them, held down by that tree line on the left image. And then the right image, he just looks so small and diminutive, and that sort of speaks further about how we reflect on and understand ourselves, particularly in times of grief.
Okay. Tanya, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I scored this 70. I wasn't really moved by there was no emotional response, and because the images are small, the central images, I would have loved to be able to see, and what I'm seeing is obviously different generations there, but to actually see more. And then the right image feels like it's not quite sharp on the person. It just doesn't feel resolved. I think the left image is quite powerful, and the idea of the central image has potential, but just not getting that feeling, the emotional response.
Okay, Alan.
I scored it 79. I love the composition. I love the design. I love the visual elements are strong. I applaud the photographer. The reason I didn't go beyond very high bronze is the lack of control. There is actually, very little detail in the whites. It's completely blown out. There's lots of blacks, which, heavy vignetting. So that took me so far down. There's so much more that you could tell with these photos, but I was let down by those technical aspects.
Okay, Steve.
In this case, I like the vignetting. I think it shows age, and it reflects the third image, which is closing in. It's a tunnel. He's heading off into the light. His days are numbered. It's a story of mortality, a story of loss, story of losing eyesight, losing vision, closing down.
Okay, back to Catherine.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Definitely a story of mortality. Just in terms of control, the surroundings with the foliage creates quite a lot of texture and can be distracting, that texture. So it's well handled with that vignette, just making it more of a graphic element. And then also in terms of design, the diagonals of the table and then the diagonals of the pathway, just anchor it in. But overall, I'm responding to the emotional response. And in this category, where we're looking for thought-provoking, this is certainly thought-provoking in all of us for our humanity and just that sort of isolation feeling.
Okay, please rescore, judges. And we've come up to 82 silver. Right, next image, please. Dreaming of new shoes. Okay, we have a score of 72 professional standard. And can we have someone to give a comment to the entrant, please? Alan?
Yeah, the expression on her face is priceless. It's good, well captured with that black background. Maybe look at cropping it tighter and make sure that she's sharp.
Thank you. Okay, next score. Next slide, please. Christchurch kids playing in nature where traffic cones are never far away. We have a score of 71, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment for Steve?
Yeah, with kids playing, I want to see more play. I want to see more action. It's a lovely spot. There's lots going for it as far as the light and the location and the traffic cones quirky, but just having more dynamic movement, the children will be really good.
And the exposure's a little bit hot, overexposed from where we're looking at here.
Okay, next image, please.
Not overexposed, a bit light.
Child's play. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And Alan, you're going to challenge that?
Well, I was nodding to accept it, but now I'm challenging.
Oh, sorry.
So I scored this image 84, and I would like to talk about it. So those colors are stunning. The composition is exquisite. Everything is pin sharp, but not over sharpened. We see 5 kids, each doing his own thing, and those are held together by this playground, taken from above. And so I think it tells a story. I think it has a strong visual element. I think it belongs to the silver range. 84, I'd like to hear what people have to say.
Okay, Steve.
I scored this 73, so high professional standard. I appreciate what you've said, Alan. I think it's very literal. What you've said is exactly what we see, but I don't see anything that evokes an emotion. I just feel like it's just a literal piece of work with a drone. It's great, no one's looking at the drone, but I don't feel like there is something that makes me go, okay, this is exactly what we see, and it's sharp. I'd probably come up to a bronze for, technical exposure is good and it is sharp, but I can't see a story that takes me higher than that.
Okay, and Tony.
Look, I stuck it into bronze, which I think was a generous acknowledgement of the refreshing view, which we haven't seen of children playing. So, look, I was prepared to recognise that. The flow feels a little bit static. I'm not saying it was deliberate, but it does feel a little bit in alignment, which I think for a child's play would be nice to see a little bit more dynamicism to that movement and the sense of activity within that area.
Cool. Alan, back to you.
Sometimes, the devil is in the detail. I feel it does tell a story. Some photographs don't need to have that, emotional response that you go, wow. It's just a quiet photo from above. It's not a simple photo. It's not just another drone photo. Look, I see some letters there. I see the letter C, and I see the letter I, and all sorts of, and the kids are moving about. It simply was taken with, freezing. Look at the child from the left side. He's definitely walking up those, wobbly wood pallets. The red person on the right-hand side, he's climbing. There is the girl in the center on the yellow slide. She's sliding away. So it's just frozen in time. So I think that's definitely action, and it's not static at all. And yeah, there's no huge story, but these are children playing, and I think it's very well portrayed to us. And I just would like to acknowledge the photographer. Just think about it again, please.
Okay, please rescore, judges. And we've got a slight move to 77, bronze. Right, we're going to have a quick judge change. Tony for Tony. Next image, please. We have no caption. Okay, we have a score of 71, which is a professional standard. Somebody got feedback for the entrant, please. Catherine?
Yeah, well captured expression. nice and sharp with the movement, and just in terms of placement, her placement with the cars in the background, I sort of think that's successful. Just it just sort of like crop-wise, and potentially, you know, another frame with her hands out or something. Crop-wise, just that inclusion of that much ceiling and that much floor isn't really adding anything to it.
Okay, next image, please. 4 elderly homeless women beg for food on the streets of Delhi, India. Okay, we have a score of 77 bronze award. Tony Carter's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I'm on 87. You really get a sense of these people and how they're feeling. The emotion on their faces, their hardship, and that bright light just ripping through from the left. The little toes on the lady on the left, just anchored in there. The weight of them sitting on the ground at street level where they live their life. I would have been in gold if it was just the first 3 and the lady on the right cropped off, to be honest. But I'm on 87. I think she still fits and anchors the end of the image with that dark patch on her, the back of her, whatever she's wearing. But yeah, the emotion on their faces, the texture in their clothes, their body language, just such sorrow, and beautifully seen and captured.
Okay, Tanya, you were actually at the other end, so...
Yeah, I felt there was a disjoint with the big gap between the 3 women and the woman on the right side, and the needed some breathing space, some looking space to our left. So, I mean, I think the background's really interesting. If it didn't have all of that texture, then I would have cropped some of it off. But it's it adds to the narrative of the location. It just felt very tight at the bottom and the left-hand side, that it could have had a bit more space, and as Tony said, perhaps cropped the right person out.
Alan?
I gave this image 75 as a low bronze. Definitely, there's 2 photos here. The one on the right, really distracting, but there's also a person on the left that is cropped out. The lady in the middle of those 3, she's actually smiling, so I don't feel the anguish or the pain. I mean, the other 2 are sort of anguish, especially the one on the left. But I mean, I thought it's not cohesive at all. So that story is not resolved for me. I'm listening though.
Okay, Steve.
Yeah, I reiterate Ilan's comments. I was really distracted initially by that dark object. I assume it's another person on the left. I think they needed to come out, and it is 2 different photos. And I think that the photographer had the time to capture a whole array of emotions of these people, I assume. And I would have liked to have more interaction between them, maybe, or maybe all showing the same sort of dismay or despair. And I also feel like the highlights are just a little bit lost, a bit blown out there.
Catherine?
I came in the silver range with this. There's the more you sit with it, the more you get out of it. And it's really interesting hearing everyone's different takes on it, and they've probably highlighted some things. So the gap in between the woman, I see this row up of people, you know, like this sort of, the idea there's a gap, it's like, is that one of their, you know, is there another woman usually there in that gap? Because you can see the inclusion of the person on the left, you can see that these women are not just isolated. Having that piece of figure gives us the idea that there are many more of these, of the people here. In terms of the interaction, I can't see any smiling in there, Elan. I don't see smiling. I see more, you know, it's more about looking for the next person that they can have some hope from, is what I'm getting. I toy with the ideas of cropping a person off on the right or a person off on the left, and that probably feels more unresolved in either way, but I think there's a nice flow compositionally with the woman on the far right, and then up to that, the concrete work, and then and brickwork, and then back down connecting that other woman, and then those four pieces. So as you spend a bit more time with it, there's some graphic elements that add to it and give it a strong sense of place.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Yeah, I was asking for 87, so not gold, you know. But, you know, whether that lady is grimacing or smiling. I mean, when you're begging, you're engaging with somebody to try and get something from them. You know, a light smile can get somebody across the line with these people. And I believe you can feel that in these people when you look at it. I mean, really, at the end of the day, how many images have we seen that have brought out an emotional content like this? It's not that, there's not that many. And I sort of, as soon as I saw this, I had an emotional pull in my heart, and it's very believable. The composition is actually quite strong, really. I think it's just something that you have to sit with. It's just a quiet image. You know, the highlights might be a bit bright, you know. Who says it's not just this monitor we're looking at, really? All it needs to be is to darken down a wee bit. So, come with me to Silver with Distinction.
Okay, please rescore, judges. And we have a score of 82, which is silver. Okay, we're just going to swap Steve and Dan, if you'd like to come back in.
Okay, if we're all ready, next image, please. Captions through the glass. Okay, we have a score of 73, which is professional standard. Would somebody like to, Catherine?
Yeah, you have to look to find the moment, but when you get into the moment, the baby's face is obscured by the hand, and you can't see the face of the mother. So there's a lot of searching, but without sort of that reward. And just probably there's an inclusion of too much of the foreground and the ceiling objects as well.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And next image, please. Caption is, boy surprises newly married mum and stepdad with haka. Okay, we have a score of 72, professional standard, and just looking down the line, Tanya, a comment for the photographer?
I'm Maori, do I want to give
Because you looked away.
That was Tony that volunteered. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I just would have liked to see a bit more of the boy doing the haka, one of the other actions towards the group, and there's just a whole bunch of different expressions which I guess kind of distract from what's going on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And can we have the next image, please? Sorry, just waiting for the thing to come up. Oh, here we go. Stefanos Tipapaias of Greece serves during the ATP Cup in 2022. An overseas thank you. An overseas entrant from Greece. Okay. The name of the player of Greece serves during the ATP Cup during 2022. Yeah, Stefanos from Greece. Sorry, we're butchering these names from Europe. Okay, we've got a score of 86, silver distinction. Yep, we've got two of you on the same score, so...
Oh, you go. Oh, all right, I'll go then.
Okay, so Catherine, yep.
All right, so I gave this 92, and this ticks a lot of boxes in terms of, you know, a really innovative presentation, the angle of view looking down. It speaks a lot about precision, you know, and just, you know, the quirk of having the eye on the ball, quite literally, and just the level of focus that you get from that. Even just the precision of having his foot just so close to the line, the angle of the court lines, the angle of his arm, the richness of the colour, the energy that is given through that single piece of hair. You know, just a lot of story as well. You know, we know this is his first serve. We can see the ball in his pocket there. There's just a lot going on, a lot of richness. Yeah, very, very strong capture.
Okay, we have two at the equal lower end, relative lower end. Alan?
Yes, I scored it 80. I'll come up.
Tanya,
Oh,
you're the other.
Tony's
You,
first
you,
'cause he's lower.
I've just done a low one. Do you want like? Oh, I'll just talk in a second. Yeah, I'm on a measly 88, and I'm coming up into gold. Definitely, I've just missed it. Sorry.
okay, Tanya, you're up the top there.
Yeah, as a gold image, absolutely outstanding level of imagination and creativity, and you know, what more could you want? And as far as communication goes for this subject matter, and the bonuses that you get, these little shadows of the racket on the right hand side, not just one, but a second one higher up, very faintly. So there's all these little golden nuggets to add to what's already most impactful. And the movement in the hair, it just pin sharp, and the diagonal line with the two tones, all the different tones of blue and the vibrant white, and then the single colour of the ball, it just all works so immaculately.
Okay,
And so
Dan?
I'm very happy with gold. Please consider coming up to gold.
Yep, okay, Dan.
Thank you. The reason I only gave it 80 is that this guy is already set up for this photograph, and it's not a spontaneous shot at all. It's planned, and Stefano is fantastic, and I was there. I've been on this court and watched him play. It's wonderful, and it's a beautiful capture of him, but it's not an accident. It has been planned, and it's succeeded. So, you know, I think that to say it's really clever is overstating it. I think it's a nice shot, and you know, it's been well done. Thank you.
Okay, Catherine, back to you to wrap it up.
Yeah, whether it's been planned or not is irrelevant. There is nothing wrong with planning a documentary capture, and it has been well planned and well thought out. And in terms of the decisive moment and the spontaneity, it is the precision of where that ball is on his face, and how that gives us, you know, his absolute focus of where he is. And then as I sit back here, you know, I notice again another piece of story, which is all the lines on the court, all the, you know, that we can see that this is a place of action. Just that alone, you know, tells us all that story. You know, it certainly ticks a lot of boxes for gold, and I've heard a lot of positive things said about it.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, congratulations, 91, gold award. Right, we'll just take a breath. Are we going to do this change now? Okay, all right, so just the final change by the looks of it. So Tanya, you can take a break, and Lizzie, if you'd like to come back, and Alan, if you'd like to take a break, Matt, if you'd like to come back. Okay, next image, please. Title, caption is The Boss Cat. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Happy with that? Yep. Okay. Can we get... Tony, what?
Yeah,
you go.
Can I take this? I'll take
Yep.
the microphone.
Lizzie?
Yeah, I'd really nice control with really nice tones with from the black to the whites, and I definitely got this wonderful little storyline. There was just especially that bottom right image really stood out for me of the cat with the dog in its claws, literally holding its head. Yeah, that really stood out for me. So well done to the photographer.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Oh, image. The caption is, "Miss the canopies, sorry, gutted." Okay, we have a score of 74, professional standard. So, can we just get a comment? Yeah, Catherine.
Yeah, the bottom left image in this is a great capture and delightful and funny and the story of missing the canopies is not actually reflected in the expressions of the bride and groom. So it just feels a little bit incomplete as a story.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. And can we have the next image, please? The caption is, "The girl with the kite." Okay, we have a score of 73, professional standard. So, can we have a comment from somebody? Yeah, Matt?
Yeah, I enjoy the creativity in this photograph of having those changes of scale and the dinosaur kind of looking back at us from the sky. That's very sharp. Perhaps some cropping might have made it feel a little bit more dynamic. It just feels very static at the moment, and possibly a little bit more engagement from the girl herself.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Matt. Can we have the next image, please? The title is Rumpelstiltskin. Okay, we have a score of 77, bronze award. Oh, sorry.
As well.
Yep, sorry, Catherine.
That's quite okay.
I didn't see that there. Yep.
Yeah, I gave this 83 in silver, and I was rewarding it for the dynamic feel of the composition, mirrored with the dynamic nature of the subject that we're being presented with, and then the fact that this kid is number one. He's in the box of number one, which I just thought was a bit of fun. The movement in the child is really effective. The ball being placed right on the grass line is, you know, where it is in the air, and the framing showing right on the grass line. The intentful inclusion of the netting above. Very sort of strong shapes in there, just in a very bright colour palette, which just speaks to the playfulness of it.
Okay, the other judges were fairly tight together, but Dan, you were the lowest.
I was the lowest.
Yep.
Oh dear.
Just marginally.
Just in bronze. I scored 75, which is a bronze, and it's a great.
Just talking to the mic there.
Oh, it's a great action shot, and this kid has really got into this scene. Yeah, I liked the shot, but it just, there wasn't that much in it to merit going higher in my mind.
Okay, yeah, Matt?
Yeah, I thought the graphics in this image were great. That's why I gave it a bronze. What kind of held me back a little bit was just the sharpness on the girl. There is one limb that's a little bit sharper than the others, and I appreciate perhaps there was a choice to photograph the motion and therefore have some motion blur, but I think this moment might have been better served by having a slightly higher shutter speed to freeze that motion just a bit more. And I'm also kind of contending with the merger between the one and the child, but I could probably go either way on that.
Okay. Tony, yep.
Quirky but lacks story.
Okay. Lizzie, was there anything else to add?
I think that what Tony just said summed it up perfectly.
Okay. Catherine, back to you.
I might be pushing it a little bit on this one, but yeah, let's just go and rescore.
Okay. Oh, we lifted it 1 to 78. It's a bronze award. Sure, the photographer enjoyed the conversation about their image. Okay, so can we have the next image, please? Okay, I'll wait till the next door quiets down. There we go. Okay, caption is, an Indian Hindu woman offers prayers to the gods during early morning ritual, Varanasi, India. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Okay, and a comment for the photographer? Yeah. Tony?
Okay, I think compositionally it's beautiful, but you know, the quality of the highlights and things are terrible, really, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Okay, and next image. The title is Rush Hour in Naseby. Okay, we have a score of 74, professional standard. Can we ask somebody to offer a comment? Yeah, Lizzie.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the neat little story with the go sign and the sheep pointing in that direction. Just a little bit with the distortion, a little bit of fix up of that would have made it pushed it up a bit higher.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And that is us. Okay. So, of course, we'd like to thank Sonny for sponsoring the awards and Lumix for sponsoring this category. We'd like to say a big thank you to all our judges for their time and efforts, my co-chair, the people out the back, the students, the honours board, everybody that's putting this together, and of course the audience here and at home. Thank you very much. That was your documentary 2022.
Thank you to the panel chairs.